Well, howdy, Pilgrim. I hear you're heading out west. Folks say I'm so far over the hill, I'm the bottom of the other side. But if you want some advice from an old dog, let me tell you this. They named it French Peak after the French that went up there and never came back in the first instance. Spaniards are damn near terrified of the place. The Navajo were smart enough to keep away. But greed has a habit of making folk do wild and terrible things. And when it's got its teeth in you, damn near impossible to shake you free. So you need to ask yourself, do you feel lucky? 'Cause you're gonna need all the luck you can get down darker trails. Well then, partner, it's time to saddle up and keep them doggies moving as Chaotic Neutral plays The Call of Cthulhu. Yeah! So, you are all, for one reason or another, outlaws. You've given up on your past lives of being teachers, salesmen, cowboys, to get one over on Uncle Sam, on those lily-livered Poindexters down in town. So you're with this gang. There's you guys and there's 3 others, and this opportunity's come along in the very small and ill-defended frontier town of Bloodstone. There's a train heading there. It's been rerouted. They're delivering payroll to a town further up, but it's been rerouted to the Wells and Fargo Bank in Bloodstone. So it's a perfect opportunity to do a hit on the bank. 2 of your number are already on the train, keeping an eye on things, making sure the plan goes off without a hitch. You've got an extra young man with you called Evan, and you've been waiting in the foothills around Bloodstone, waiting for night to fall. And when no word comes from the guys on the train, you assume the plan's a go. So you ride on into town and you hit the bank. It's all going smoothly at first until you get there, get inside, and get the one guy who's left to guard the place up against the wall with a shotgun, and he reveals to you the payroll never arrived. So you fleece the place for what it's got, which is precious little. But then trouble turns up. People from the town show up on horses with guns. There's a smash of glass. The lamps are broken. You're plunged into darkness. You hear shouting, screaming. There's gunfire. You end up in a bit of a firefight in the dark as you try and escape, get out of there. Luckily, you will survive. But how well you survive will depend upon the luck rolls you're going to do right now. So you're rolling a D100. Rolling a D100. You're trying to roll under your luck, Dan.
My luck is 65. I rolled a 55, so I succeeded.
Fantastic. You get out without a scratch.
What is my luck?
My luck is 30 and I rolled a 34.
Oh, lovely.
So
My
just
luck
failed.
is 65, and I rolled a 10.
Oh, you're fine. You're
Luckiest
fine.
man in the world. You better
Feel
than
better,
went in.
yeah.
In a corner.
The exercise has done you good.
Hallelujah. Rolled a 20 and my luck is 40.
Okay, so you managed to get back out to the foothills. It's still dark, dawn hasn't broken yet, and you don't think you've been followed. They've run you out of town. And you probably get scattered in the confusion, the chaos, but you managed to meet back up at the place you were camping. And yeah, Sullivan, you've had a a shotgun blast maybe across your flank. So you've already lost 2 hit points.
Oh.
Starts with me to go on.
And you find yourself lying out. You're lying out on the bedroll under the stars. Somewhere in the distance, the coyotes are howling. And you all look around and you realize Evan is missing. And you're all quite like exhausted and tired. Even those of you who aren't properly injured, you've probably had a few bumps and scrapes. And there's now bits you can't remember about that heist. Details that are all a blur now. But you're pretty sure Evan, did they catch him? They must have caught Evan. He's down in the town. And you don't know what's happened to the other 2 who were on the train. Could they have set you up? Could something bad have happened? And maybe you get the fear that Evan's going to blab. He's going to grass on you. And so, as dawn rises, you find yourselves stood at the top of the main drag through town, trying to come up with a plan for either how to get Evan back or get revenge on the people who've betrayed you. Luckily, you were all wearing masks when you went into the town, and you don't think anyone would recognize you. So here you are. As the sun slowly rises, you find yourselves walking into Bloodstone, and it's quiet. It's eerily quiet, except for a figure that's staggering down the side of the dusty road. And it's a classic Wild West frontier town, sort of facaded buildings. There's a saloon. There's the Wells and Fargo Express Bank. Way on the other side of the town is the train station, which is a very small little place. There's a general store. As you're walking in, you pass a livery and blacksmiths on one side. There's a land assay office. There's the sheriff's office, doctor's office, drugstore, yada, yada, yada. But yeah, you see this guy, he's got a big beard. His clothes are filthy, he's in these filthy overalls. He's got a sort of battered straw hat on. He's got a little corncob pipe that he's puffing away on. His eyes are completely bloodshot. He looks bruised around the eyes. He's got an empty bottle in one hand, and he's sort of staggering along, steadying himself on the sides of buildings. And he sort of blearily looks at you all. What does he see?
I guess, I would step forward. Stepping forward is a very prim and properly dressed youngish woman, quite plain featured, kind of mousy brown hair tied back in a little bob. She is wearing a Stetson, but otherwise she's dressed in a vertically striped, single-breasted kind of dress and these kind of dusty boots that look like they've kind of been through the ringer. And she just steps forward and just says, "Well, excuse me, sir. Do you need any help?"
I'm having the best day of my life so far. I tell you that, little lady. This is a great morning for me.
Do you not think it's a little bit early in the morning to be consuming such vast amounts of alcohol?
It's all right, little lady, 'cause I started 2 days ago.
If you never get sober, you never get hungover.
That's right. I like that. That rhymes.
Where is everybody else in town?
Oh, they all sleeping, I imagine, or too tired to move. It's the heat, gets in your head. And this lousy drink, no good neither. And he shakes the bottle. He goes, cheap rot gut, but it's the best we got, and it'll have to do. And then he suckles at it anyway, even though he knows it's empty, and he drops the bottle.
I hope you don't mind me being a nosy Nelly, but there appears to have been some sort of ruckus in town. A few of the buildings seem to be shut up and boarded.
Oh, yeah, well, that's because, folks, this town ain't what it used to be. Gold rush back in 62 ended. A lot of people disappeared, they says. But in reality, they's probably just lay down and died.
I understand that perhaps more than you would know. People going off into the hills looking for their fortune.
You gotta be crazy going up into the hills. I was crazy once. I wished I came here for the gold, and let me tell you, I'm the only one that's left.
Do you find anything?
I found enough.
You can give me a psychology roll.
All right. My psychology is 10. 64, so that is a fail.
He has a brain.
Yeah, he's a human brain.
Yeah, he's just real drunk.
But you wouldn't happen to, well, you seem to be well supplied in the finer things in life, good sir. Do you happen to have any money to your name still?
No. What little I got, I already spent. Now they keep me in booze because it's cheap and they don't like me talking too much.
Oh, they
It
don't.
suits me fine.
Talking about what kind of thing?
Oh,
Oh, go on. You can tell me. I won't tell anyone. My lips are sealed.
Give me a persuade roll.
Good.
Or a charm.
Go persuade. My persuade is 70, and I've rolled a 40. So yeah, not quite a hard success.
His voice goes very soft and he staggers really close to you. You can smell this awful, like whiskey breath, and it's like it cut through glass. This stuff, and he says, "You need to be careful. Out-of-towners not welcome here. Let me tell you. I seen things up in those hills. They says some people says." Oh, the gold dried up, people rode on. There's still gold in them there hills. It's just as other things too. And they all know about it. And those damn bastards, they know about it, and that's why they keep me drunk. I'm sorry. It's just I think I need another drink. You wanna come see if the saloon's open yet? Maybe you could buy me a nice bit of rot gut. That'd be good.
How about you make your way there and I will meet you?
All right. Just big word to the wise. There was trouble last night. Some posse rode into town. Roseberries didn't like that, so when they got word, they came down here, started a firefight. Anyways, you want to be careful because they'll be looking around. People gonna be suspicious out of towners. Mind you, you'd have to be stupid to mess up a bank job and then come back to the place you did it. You'd have to be a dumb ass indeed. But
Yes, who would do that? Who would do such a thing?
exactly, no one would. I'm sure no one would think it's you. You all look so pretty. Anyways, it's worked out good for me because Sheriff said he ain't got room for me in the cell no more because of the one they got. So
Scott.
I get to go for a nice morning constitutional.
I've already stepped away. I'm gone.
Enjoy Bloodstone. Population 130 and falling.
And then he bangs on a door and goes,
Good morning.
Well, the welcoming committee wasn't so welcoming, but he did say that there was gold in them there hills.
He was scary.
Also, he said that one of our parties down at the jail cell. That'll be Evan, you'd imagine.
So,
I think so.
What do you think we should do? Are we gonna bust Evan out?
I think we have to. Because in case what if he talks?
Yeah, well, what's a way to guarantee that someone doesn't talk?
Kill him. That's what you meant, right?
I was alluding to.
Oh, you were being all aloof and
Yeah, I was trying to, maintain some dignity, even in these dark circumstances.
We could always cut his tongue out.
There'd be a lot of blood, though.
But maybe more blood if we killed him. It's a predicament.
What if we simply threaten the guy? Just stern words. No need to be no killing.
My daddy always said, kill them with kindness, but make sure you kill them.
What happened to your daddy?
He was killed.
How did he die?
Kindness.
Should we say a bit about our characters and names and stuff?
Yeah,
or
It might help if you know each other's names, I suppose.
Yeah, I love it.
I guess because we've already all met.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
audience hasn't met us, so.
So my name is Dr. Quack Doctor. I'm a doctor, for sure, for sure doctor, and I used to be a salesman of sorts, normal things like kitten slime and frog milk. You can buy any of that from me if you want some. I've still got quite a lot of stock left. I'm trying to shift that at the moment. So that's me, Dr. Quack Doctor.
And pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Murray Mount. I am a teacher. I am a music scholar from the East Coast of America, where I like to share the joys and the passion of music with my students. And I thought, hearing about all the dark and misdeeds going on in the West, perhaps a bit of culture would help. So I traveled across town, bringing with me 76 trombones that I was going to give out to the various students across America. But because of stealing and the wild nature of the West, I'm down to 3 trombones, and I have no money to get back to beloved Shipoopi, New York. So I joined up with you guys, and I don't like it one bit.
Clearly a good man.
My name is Peter Tilly, also known as Tilly the Kid. And I am 19 years of age, sir, and I work on my daddy's ranch down in Southbury, and
Southbury.
in Southbury, and there in Southbury, I'm very close with my granddaddy, and he used to tell me stories of all the greatest outlaws to ever do it. And my daddy's always telling me what a disappointment I am. Anyway, I don't think this has much to do with why I'm here, but my granddaddy died recently, and I couldn't stand the sight of my father no more. So I decided to go and make something of myself, like my granddaddy said. And, well, now I'm here.
In a gang.
I'm enjoying it so far. I never...
Community.
I never spent time with so many gentlemen before. Men with a trombone. I've never seen a trombone before. So. And there's a lady as well, which is terribly cosmopolitan. Should be doing misdeeds with a lady.
Words he knows.
What a woke gang.
I love it.
Well, my name is Jane, but some people in the gang may call me Profanity Jane. That might be because it might be a little bit of a joke, an inside joke, because I'm so prim and proper. Or it might be on account of my name by marriage is Jane fucking Hoschlong. My husband was German, you see.
And just for my notes, how are we spelling that?
FUCKENHOSCHLONG. Fucking Hohlschlong.
It's spelled how it sounds. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly how it sounds.
So you were married to Hair fucking Hohlschlong.
Yeah, his name was Hare Hancock fucking Hohlschlong.
Goodness me.
Oh. God.
He's dead now, of course.
Well, here you are, watching an old drunk prospector stand in his own sick. But he pays you no mind anymore. What do you want to do?
Well, we have a choice. We could go and find the gold, or we could go and bust Evan out and maybe kill him. What do we think? I think Evan's the priority at this point. Every minute that he's in that jail, he could be talking about us.
Well, one of our own. I think we need to get him back. I don't know about the killing part, but
Evan may also be one of the conspirators in this. If we believe that the people on the train betrayed us, Evan may have been a linchpin in that particular plan.
Mm-hmm. I think Evan's the priority.
at the very least, we need to give him an opportunity to explain himself. And let's not jump to any hasty conclusions.
Well, it'd be very hard to explain himself when he's got a 12-gauge shotgun in his mouth. But I think he'll give it a good go.
He's an enterprising young boy. He'll find a way.
I don't understand why they will betray us. I don't know how I'm going to explain to my lady bits what happened. We was all such good friends when we were doing the planning. Evan gave my lady bits 2 sugar lumps.
Do you spend much time talking to your lady bits?
Is Lady Bits your horse?
Yes.
Thank God.
Miss Lady Bits. That's the nickname my granddaddy gave her long ago.
Your granddaddy was a vulgar man.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. He always used to laugh whenever he said the name, but I never thought much of it at the time.
You got to be careful feeding Lady Bits sugar lumps as well.
That's how you
She could get attached. She gets attached real quickly. Now I'm going to have to explain to her that her new friend Evan isn't going to be feeding her sugar lumps
And
no
so
more.
Evan spends a lot of time around your lady bits?
He has in the past 24 hours, yes.
Does he ever pet your Lady Bits?
I think I saw him petting my
At what point does an innuendo stop being an innuendo and simply become a wendo?
Anyway.
I think because you're thinking about Evan in the last 24 hours petting your Lady Bits, you can give me a power roll.
Ooh.
To see if you remember any details from the maelstrom last night.
Okay, great. My power's 50, so it could happen.
I think you did it.
Nope.
Oh.
77. Big lose.
It's all a blur. Yeah, what was Evan's behaviour like last night? You can't remember. It was all so confusing. As soon as someone shot the lamp out in the bank, it all went dark, and oh god, it was really confusing. Yeah. For context, the 2 people on the train are called Leroy Daniel and Annie Dubois.
Ooh.
Leroy Daniels.
Doctor.
Yes.
I feel like you might want to go and dress your wounds.
Yes, that's not a bad shout. But I don't think I've got any bandages on me or anything, so I'd probably go down to the general store.
There's also the doctor's office.
Oh, I'll go down to the doctor's office. Yeah. I think I'm going to go.
Are you
down.
splitting up, or are you all going?
I think I'll just go on my own.
Okay.
And then, do you guys want to scope out the sheriff's office? Have a little look around.
Could scope it out. We could ask about where that train might have got to. Maybe at the station.
Yeah. Maybe we can still get those payrolls. If we time ourselves right.
Maybe I'll make my way down to the station and see if I can loosen some lips.
I'll come with you after you. It's always polite.
Tilly, what would you like to do?
What should I do, Professor Jane? Should I come with you?
Why don't you go to the sheriff's office and scope the joint out? Tilly?
Yes, ma'am.
That's
He just
gonna be a
walks off like that.
You can't walk, you got no joint.
The sheriff's just going to fall in love with you.
He walks like this. Yeah. I'm medically gorgeous, by the way. I have an appearance of 90.
This little kid is so handsome.
And I have absolutely no idea. Great.
Wholesome all-American boy.
Adam's
Right.
apple the size.
So, Doctor, you get to the doctor's office and drugstore. He obviously lives there, so it's not like it's closed as such. It's just like the door isn't open, so you have to knock. But I take it that's what you do.
Yeah, I will do.
So yeah, it's a small wooden building, and you rap on the door, and you hear this sort of clatter of glassware or something like that. Clang, 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 clang. And you hear someone go, just a moment, I'm on my way, one moment, please. And then eventually the door opens a crack, and there's a guy with a sort of big white mustache. And he says, sort of, middle-aged man, and looks professional. He says, hello, can I help you?
Hello there, yes. I require your assistance. My name is Dr. Doctor. I'm also of your profession, but unfortunately I don't have any medical supplies on me, and I seem to have got myself a small injury on my side here. Could you possibly take a look at it and just make sure it's all okay?
Yes. You better come in, I suppose. And he opens the door and he says, you'll have to excuse the mess. I'm in the middle of rearranging things.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
I wasn't expecting anyone today, any patients. Certainly not from out of town. And you go in, it's very gloomy inside. He's got the shutters, closed or whatever. And it is quite a mess in here. There's a big, there's a counter with like bottle, big glass jars of drugs and things. And there's a big old table in the middle as well that's covered in like books and papers and all that sort of thing. And he starts stacking them up. He says, so what brings you to Bloodstone?
Oh, well, I'd heard about the gold around here. I know that, not many people have gone up there for a long while, but I thought, you know what, I'm an enterprising man. I'd like to go and find myself some gold. And then on the way, these outlaws came along. And they started firing on me and my friends. I'm the only one who got hit, thankfully, but yeah, very dangerous. I heard from somebody else there was a attempted robbery in the town yesterday.
Really? Oh, dear me.
Yeah, I think it was them. I'm glad I avoided them. It was hairy stuff.
Yes, I can imagine. Can you give me a fast talk roll?
Yeah.
This guy.
Okay, that is a 22 on a 70. So that is a hard success. Nice.
Oh my God.
He looks at you with a deep empathy and says, that must have been awful. Oh dear. Well, you're lucky to have only got a glancing blow. Let's have a look, make sure it's nothing worse. The last thing we want is it going septic.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate it.
No, not at all. It's nice to, nice to see an unfamiliar face for once, I'll be honest. Pretty much given up on ever getting to the bottom of the rest of this town. If you'd like to lie on the table, I'll move these books out of your way. There we are. And if you'd like to roll your shirt up and let's have a wee look.
There you go, Doctor.
Dr. McLean, by the way.
Dr. McLean, it's a pleasure to meet you. Doctor.
Indeed. And he sort of scrutinizes your flank. Yes, this looks like it was a shotgun blast or something. You've got quite a few streaks here. I'm going to get some iodine. Just wait there. And he goes around the side. You hear him clunking away. And he says, Although, if you want some advice, I would say, especially in your condition, I'm sure you'll be fine in a day or so, but I wouldn't be going up into a French Peak looking for gold.
Oh, why is that?
You can only see his back, and he stops moving for a moment, and he sort of sighs a little, and he says, turns around, I've been here since before the gold rush, and let me tell you, it's treacherous up there. Hardly anyone who started mining up there came back.
Do you know what happened to them?
I imagine they went unprepared into an environment that is both hostile and treacherous. It's not an easy climb, and accidents happen.
Oh, well, it's strange, though, that none of them came back.
Well, except for Wyndham.
Did he say about what might have happened up there?
Oh, he has a lot to say about what happened up there, but I wouldn't believe him. He's a local eccentric, I suppose.
I think I met him. Is he often drunk?
Oh, drunk as a newt. Yes, quite the tragic character, really.
Yeah.
Especially as he's a Van Buren, a respectable family back east.
He's a Van Buren.
Oh, yes.
I've heard of the Van Burens.
Who hasn't?
That's remarkable. What happened to him? Is he just the black sheep of the family or something?
Well, he certainly is now. I'd imagine they've forgotten all about him. But, yes, he has some very strange ideas about what he saw up there. I think probably the trauma of so many awful accidents took its toll on him. But not to mention whatever else has happened in his past. We can't know these things, of course. Anyway, and he starts putting the iodine on, and it stings. But he says, luckily it's superficial at best. I think you'll be fine.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, I wouldn't be going up to French Peak if I were you. How long are you planning on staying in Bloodstone?
Well, I was hoping to stay here for a few months, but a lot of people seem to be saying a lot of negative things about this French Peak. So I don't know how long I'll stay. I mean,
Don't stay in Bloodstone.
Why?
It's not the most hygienic of places.
What do you mean, sir?
Well, seeing as you are a doctor, and I completely believe you are, I don't mind telling you there's something of an illness in this town. Some sort of sickness, and I can't find the cause. It's been going on for so long now. It must be something in the water, or I don't know. Since it started, I became somewhat paranoid, I suppose. I collect the rainwater from the roof and distill it myself to make sure it's potable. Most people in town drink the whiskey that comes from the Roseberry Ranch. And indeed, most of everything comes from the Roseberry Ranch around here, ever since the mining dried up. So, I can't be sure what it is. Certainly I've never got sick myself.
So, what are the symptoms of the sickness? Do you know?
Weakness, apathy, a general malaise, I suppose. And some people complain of getting bitten, feeling drained, which could be a sort of malaria. Others have complained of hallucinations, not being able to remember certain recent events or days. And And so possibly there's some sort of insect infestation, mosquitoes perhaps. But the more I read, and the more I investigate, the more confusing it becomes. No two are the same.
Perhaps the people of this town would like to sample my own miracle tonic. It's a brand new, highly sought after tonic. It contains the milk of the frog, the slime of a kitten, the wings of a cow,
Slime of a
and it'll buck you right up, make you feel $1 million.
Oh, I'm very happy with my distilled water, actually. But you should go to the saloon and talk to the other out-of-towner. He's got a similar enterprise to your own.
Oh, fantastic, huh?
Yes, Mr. Craven's the man you need to speak to.
Mr. Craven, fantastic.
But a word of advice, another one if you will. I wouldn't be going around saying too much about your miracle elixir.
All right. Will people be angry at a man just trying to sell medicine?
Potentially. Some might see it as competition. Not me, you understand. I don't mind at all, but I'm sort of part of the furniture here now, and some people don't like out-of-towners encroaching on the way we do things. Just a word to the wise. Anyway, there you are, all bandaged up. Get as much rest as you can and try and keep off the sauce.
Thank you, Doctor. I
You're
appreciate
welcome. And, yes, I'd say see you around, but I don't advise it. Well, good day then, sir. And he shows you out.
I think that was the nicest and most reasonable character you've ever played. Ever.
I'd have him for dinner.
I loved
gross.
him.
It's gross.
I
Lovely
loved
guy.
him. He was
Lovely
so
guy.
kind.
Yeah.
Just reasonable.
Warm.
Yeah.
We had a lovely
would-
interaction.
So it's like what happens when you pass a roll.
It's a shame Sullivan didn't ask for a psychology roll.
Ooh.
No, I'm joking. Or am I?
He's
Yeah,
Cthulhu!
you ignore all the blood on the walls. Oh, actually, I'll tell you what you can do. You can give me a spot hidden roll.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, I failed that. It was a 76 on a 35.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see nothing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just the ceiling of the room you're in. Fantastic. Meanwhile, over at so you two head all the way down the high street to the train station. It's a really small affair. It's literally a rail track, dusty rail track, passing from one side of the mountains through a pass over there to a pass way in the distance. Just skirting the edge of the town, there's a small building and a little sort of rough platform with like a bench, and that's it. And there's a portly man in a waistcoat, bow tie, a wide-brimmed hat. He sat on the bench.
You've described the fat controller.
Yeah. He's slightly unshaven. White hair, and he's just sort of sat sweating gently on the bench in the just on the edge of the shade that the awning of the building gives him, and he's fanning himself. What do you do?
Mighty hot today, sir.
Yeah, it's gonna be a humid one, that's for sure.
A scorcher if I ever saw one.
Oh, and he stands up and doffs his hat. He says, young miss, and young sir, can I help you? I'm afraid, well, there's no trains.
Yeah, we appear to have come a cropper with that. We were waiting on a train. It appeared to not arrive.
Were you expecting any trains at all?
Yeah, well, not a regular train. We was expecting a payroll train last night, but it didn't show.
My brother Silas has gone down there, down the tracks to have a look.
Oh, so you are investigating?
Well, my brother Silas is, yeah, but he's gone hours now. I don't know what's happened. Something must have happened if he hasn't come back.
Do you get many train stoppages in these parts?
Occasionally there's
Rockfall, bandits.
more rockfall than bandits. You'd have to be a special kind of stupid to attempt to rob a train near Bloodstone for the first part. Normally there's nothing coming here that's worth stealing. And for the second part, that would mean tangling with the roseberries. I wouldn't do that myself.
And who might these roseberries be? They sound dangerous. Be careful not to upset my delicate sensibilities, though.
No, I didn't mean. I didn't mean anything bad by it.
No.
Roseberries
I don't want no descriptions of savagery or anything like that.
Oh, savagery?
Let's not faint.
No. I did not say the roseberries are savage. I didn't say that, miss. I said nothing negative about the roseberries. I just simply said they're not the people to trifle with because they're upstanding members of the community. Mr. Linus Roseberry, he is the federal land assay manager. He is a very respectable and federally employed member of society, and his brothers. Well, they are ranchers. They are important to the. Without the Roseberries, we'd have no town, and I did not say anything negative about them. And you can say that I did.
I would never accuse you of saying anything negative about anyone that you said nothing negative about.
Yes, well, good. But I would say that if you did not know this town and you did not know about the Roseberries, well, then you might think that we were an easy mark. But we are not an easy mark because of the Roseberries, because they will protect this town.
Because of what? Their proclivity to violence?
No, I did not say that.
No, of course you didn't say anything about. You just said that the Roseberries were a force to be reckoned with.
I would say that if a criminal element entered this town, the Roseberries would make it their priority to see justice done.
Oh, so the Roseberries are the law enforcement in this town, the protectors of this town.
Now, I would say that they protect the town as any good, upstanding citizen would in the town that they live. I would not say they are the law. They're not the sheriff, but the sheriff owes the Roseberries an awful great deal of support, and vice versa.
And this sheriff of yours, he has, what, how many deputies? Why is he in need of the Roseberries?
I didn't say...
I'm just wondering if your police force is up to the task. Are your lawmen not up to the task? Why are the citizens of this town being called on to protect it?
No one's being called on by anybody or anything.
Also, they have taken it upon themselves to protect the town.
Yeah.
This guy's head's gonna explode.
He starts fishing through his waistcoat pockets where he's got like 4 or 5 different pocket watches, and he starts looking at them and he's like, oh, is that the time? I'm sorry, I can't.
It's mighty hot, isn't it?
It's awfully hot.
Awfully hot.
Awfully hot.
I think I might just go and have myself a little drink.
Can I get you a beverage? There may be a train at some point, but I can't possibly say when.
I'll take a beverage if you have one.
Very good. I think I have some lemonade.
He stands up and he walks into his little hut, and you hear the clinking of glasses, and he comes back out with 3 little glasses of lemonade. There you are. There you are.
That's mighty kind of you, sir.
I think you could do one of you could do an intimidate roll with a. Oh, in fact, you both can roll intimidate on this. I think.
Good luck.
Because it feels like that's what you're trying to do.
Oh, that's much worse.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's a colossal failure, 77. On Intimidate of decidedly not 77, 35.
Yeah, you get the impression that he's maybe more nervous about this lady. Is he?
I'm going to push the roll, so I think I'm going to just lean in really close, just enough so that He's just right in his space, and then let's see what happens.
I'm gonna still hide back.
That's somehow even worse.
Wow.
That's 90.
Oh dear. Yeah, he seems nervous,
Yeah.
but you feel like he's actually clammed up, and there's maybe something he wanted to say that he didn't, or there's something he's not saying, and he simply reiterates, "This town is a law-abiding town. We don't get any crime, and we're very happy here." Now,
It's good to know while we're here visiting, and obviously we are stuck without means of transportation,
well, if
without a train coming through.
until my brother Silas gets back, I won't know what's happening. But
When do you expect Silas to be back?
I don't know. If you want to walk down the tracks and have a look yourself, you're welcome to. If you find him, I'd be very grateful. But, well, there it is.
Well, we appreciate your conversation. We appreciate your information, though the lack of it is disappointing to us in terms of our exfiltration of this town, shall we say. And we also appreciate the hospitality. Thank you so much for the lemonade.
You're very welcome. And he takes the glasses back if you finish drinking it.
Good day, sir. Stay in the shade.
And likewise, miss.
And stay hydrated.
Yes, well, good then. And he goes back into his thing. But while you were so close, you could give me a spot hidden roll.
Oh, that's so much better. Where was this last time? That is a extreme success. I have 16 spot hidden and I rolled 11. So.
Wow. With an extreme success. I think as he turns his back to go back to his hut to put the glasses away, you see he has quite a bright red pimple on the back of his neck. And then you realise there's actually two of them. Standing quite proud against the skin, and yeah, they're about like that far apart.
Oh no. That's so unfortunate.
That's really...
Vampires.
No, really.
Vampires.
Yes!
Tilly loves vampires.
Yes! Yes! Fucking yes!
I rolled to turn into a vampire.
Whether Profanity Jane thinks it's a vampire, probably not.
No, probably not. Doesn't know what that is. Like, oh,
Jewels.
yeah.
But they look like, really nasty, like a really big snake or some really nasty mosquitoes or something.
As we're walking off, I'm just like, that was a bit of a bust in terms of finding out where our train was.
It's gonna take a while for that Silas to get back.
Yeah, well, especially if he's like his brother and,
Portly.
a larger fellow.
You can say it.
Yeah, and especially this fella seemed to be suffering from some sort of heat rash on the back of his neck. He had something. It was a couple of pimples on the back of his neck.
Oh. Not normal? They didn't look normal to you?
I just never seen some so pronounced.
Oh. Interesting. I gotta be honest with you, I don't like this town very much. It doesn't seem like a place for
I don't like
health.
this town. Well, you don't seem to like this life very much.
Not that I'm not grateful, I just want to get home.
So what happened to you? What brought you here?
Well, I was trying to spread some joy and spread some class and culture, and along the way, I realized that was an endeavor that was never going to succeed. Certainly not in these parts. So I'm just trying to get back to my beloved old town of Shapoopy, New York.
So what were you trying to spread? The
joy of music.
The joy of music, and what happened?
Well, I would take my various bits of equipment, my trombones, I would take them to various towns and show the children how the music would be played, and well, it seemed to bring them a little bit of joy, but when it was time to settle the bill, suddenly I found myself shunned from the town. They would kick me out. They would ghost me in many ways. Ghost town, it would feel like. And then a couple of others, as I was traveling between towns, they just robbed me. I think they saw the precious metal and they decided they were going to use that. And they are gold in appearance, although they are not made of gold, they are made of brass. And
That's an important distinction.
it is indeed, but perhaps not around these parts. And and now I'm down to my final few. So I'm looking for work and money, and here we are.
Do you not think that...
I showed them.
It's a beautiful sound.
Thank you so much.
Do you not think that, that this just might be a matter of perspective? You came out here to spread the joy of music, and maybe the people in town weren't taking it up on you, but some other people saw them trombones and thought, maybe I'll take them.
Well, there is beauty to be had
The
everywhere.
chance is there for others to experience the joy of music. They merely need to play on the things that they have procured from you.
That is a mighty optimistic way of looking at it, Miss Jane, but yeah, I wouldn't have liked the money. I invested a lot in my endeavor, you see, emotionally as well as monetarily.
Well, let's all make sure that we make some money out here.
That would be mighty fine.
I would like to see about the gold in them there hills. Maybe some of these small towners holding a stash and trying to keep it from outsiders.
They don't seem to be too keen on anything happening around here.
Maybe that's maybe the tales of things in the hills is a old wives' tale to keep people out.
Keep people. Do you think the Roseberries have spread that kind of?
I think a clan as powerful and maybe as wealthy as the Roseberries may know something more about them gold deposits up there. Maybe they've procured some, and maybe we could alleviate them of the burden of them.
That they did sound like a group of people we certainly would want to be in conflict with.
I think so. I think so.
Also, you'd probably know that a land assay office, they're sort of responsible for land claims in the West, but that's kind of petering out now. But they also are assay offices usually have some sort of chemist who's an assay technician who would look for precious metals in stuff miners or prospectors bring them. So that's what the Federal Assay Office does. If that's helpful to you while you're talking about gold.
Well, they certainly know who or where any of the rich and precious minerals would be in this barren and forsaken land.
It sounds like they have they run a tight ship down here in Bloodstone.
You a fighter?
Not ideally, if I can help it. I certainly was trying to contribute in the way that I can in that fracas that happened.
Because I think you need to be a fighter to survive out here. I think people will take you for all you're worth if you do not fight back. They certainly did that to my husband Hancock.
You don't usually speak about Hancock.
I speak about Hancock. Hancock is maybe a fool with too much hope in his heart. Someone who thought he could make it out here when maybe a simpler, quieter life would have suited us better. But I will make my fortune in his name before my life is through.
I certainly hope that comes true.
Because I, perhaps unlike you, am a fighter.
I don't doubt that for 1 second, Miss Jane.
While you both stood there, let's have spot hidden rolls again. For both of you this time.
Trash.
Roll to emasculate.
Now, I have there a 68, but my spot hidden is a 65, so I might use a bit of luck.
Ooh,
spend that luck.
spicy.
Spend it.
Yeah.
You got loads
Take
of
it
luck.
down.
as well.
I
You've got
have.
65.
I've got a healthy amount of luck, so I'm going to take it down to, just
3
60,
points.
just 65. Take 3 points away.
Take it
there we
down
go.
now.
Perfect.
I failed. I rolled 92.
You're too busy thinking of the late Herr Hancock.
My hand just goes to the pouch
Fucking hose.
that I'm wearing on my waist. I'm wearing sort of a satchel slung around my waist, and my hand just sort of instinctually goes to it while talking about Hancock.
I just can't quit you.
It makes me the intensity of Jane's conversation makes me a little bit sort of shy and nervous. So I think I'm looking around trying to avoid the staring eye contact she's giving me, and in doing so, that's probably what helps me.
So your eyes probably go to her satchel that she puts her hand on. It's quite a large shape. Must be something big in that satchel. But then you're attracted to a movement way off in the distance. In the shimmering heat haze on where the rail track just goes out of sight down into the hills, there's suddenly two little figures trudging up the track. And you can see that it's definitely not Leroy Daniel and Annie Dubois, but you think it is a man and a woman.
Interesting.
And one of them looks like they've got blood on their face and they're kind of walking like that, and the other one's kind of helping them along. And there's something about the way they walk, you get this horrible feeling like they mean business. But meanwhile, over at the sheriff's office,
The face of the party.
The fast-talking kid.
Tilly the kid.
Most beautiful sight I've ever seen.
I don't know what it is about you. I just want to tell you my whole life story. I want to hold you.
Young man. The sheriff's office is one of the only other brick buildings besides the bank. It's modest, small, and it's got a little sign, sheriff.
So I think Tilly comes in and kind of does 2 knocks like this, and just kind of stands back and waits to see if there's any movement inside.
So the door is opened by a young man in a looking very smart, kind of, he's got a badge, and he says, "Oh, good morning to you."
Good morning. He takes his hat off and kind of like self-consciously pushes his hair back. There's just like a little shimmer of sweat on his face, and in the morning sun he is the most beautiful sight that anyone's ever seen. Just kind of brushes some sand off. I'm sorry to trouble you. I was I'm a rancher by trade, and I was hoping to find some work in this town, but I thought I'd come see a lawman. I mean, that's what my daddy always taught me. When you're in trouble, go see a lawman, and he'll help you out. So I was just wondering if you knew of any work in these parts. He's twiddling his hat like this.
It's like he's driving a tiny car.
Yeah.
Look at him go.
I mean, this is sort of a lie.
Yeah, it is.
But you're also, I'll accept any social role except intimidate. So that I'll fast talk, charm, or persuade. Because I imagine you'll be quite charming.
Not brilliant on any. Can't you just accept my face card? 90.
This guy's a professional.
I know, but he's gorgeous.
I tell you what, I'll give you a bonus die on charm.
Yes.
Because you're so pretty.
Well, my charm sucks though. Can I get a bonus die on fast talk instead? Please, I'm so pretty.
So pretty.
What's your charm?
15.
Oh, and your fast talk is 30.
30.
Ooh. Yeah, I think you've got a better chance just rolling the fast talk.
All right, let's roll fast talk.
Of course, spend luck.
Yeah, spend all your luck.
I just spend all of my luck. Come on. No.
Oh no!
Oh my God!
Oh wow!
It's such a bad fumble.
It's 96.
It's 96.
What's your skill?
30. Yeah.
Oh, that is a fumble.
Oh no!
James,
Oh
put
no!
the
It's the
graphic
worst
up.
person to fumble to as well.
The sheriff. He's got 2 in the cells, guys.
I can't even remember what I was meant to come here and ask about.
You just meant to scope the joint. I was thinking when I said scope the joint, I meant like do a quick whip round, see if there's any, you can pull like the bars away with the horses. You've just gone in and gone like, hello, I'm a criminal.
19, he doesn't know anything about anything.
Excuse me, sir, I'm a criminal. I was wondering if you had any of my friends in.
I want to see my friend. Why did it cry?
Yeah, we lost him last night when we were robbing the bank.
I think it's so obvious that this isn't just youthful naivety, and he's kind of sweating more and more, and kind of looking like he might cry when he talks about his daddy. In fact, maybe he does start crying a little bit.
So, where did you say you were from?
I'm from Southbury, sir.
That's a mighty long way away.
Yes, well, my family's ranch is in disarray, sir. So they sent me away to look for work, and I haven't been successful so far.
The tears are streaming down his face.
Beautiful face.
face.
Oh my God.
It's going so badly. He didn't think it through at all.
I think
He's more pretty when he cries.
I think you better come in and speak to the sheriff.
Oh, okay, sir.
And he sort of gestures for you to go in front of him.
Mm.
He shuts the door behind you, and you find yourself in a. It's pretty basic. There's, it's a little room there's a small table and chairs. There's a desk, and you realise this guy's probably the deputy sheriff, and that's obviously his desk. And he calls. There's a little corridor. You can see there's bars at the end. There's a jail cell, and there's a door off, 2 doors off. And he goes, "Hey, sheriff, we got ourselves a young man here who's from out of town." And a door opens, and you hear ka-chung, ka-chung. And this guy comes in he's the most masked guy you've ever seen. He's weather beaten. He's in his badge is hanging off. He's wearing a bolo tie, but it's way down here, and he's just like he looks really fucking cool, but also probably alcoholic.
I experienced the first gay moment of my life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're probably going to accidentally call him daddy at some
Yeah.
point. He looks like Harrison Ford, basically.
I, under my breath, I just go, wow.
But his eyes are so red, with these big purple bags under them, that just make him look sexier for some reason. But he pushes the sort of the silver hair out of his eyes, and he says, "I'm Sheriff Rinder. Carl Rinder. What's your name, son?"
I forget how to speak English.
Twinkie the Kid.
Very good.
Twinkie the Kid!
Guys! Laurie! No!
Twinkie the Kid!
Oh,
Amazing.
fucking great.
How do you do, Sheriff? Tilly's my name.
Keep just going higher pitched with this man's voice.
I heard there might be a cattle ranch up this side of town, and there's no one else in town to ask so far, so I thought I'd ask the lawman, sir. Sorry to trouble you.
Still twiddling his hat. Please don't make me roll faster.
Puts his hat back on.
Yeah, takes it off, doffs it again.
He looks across at the deputy. He
Yeah.
goes, "What's this about, Gil? Is this important? Why are you getting me to talk to kids who need a job?" And Gil's,
I'm 19, sir.
"Yeah, yeah." And Gil says, "Well, I just think it's unusual how far this young man's traveled, and with everything that happened, I think this would be a matter for investigation."
And the sheriff sighs and he says, "Oh, Jesus, what? Well, I guess we could ask them if they want to talk to this kid as well." He says, but we are the law, sir. We should interrogate this suspect.
Why do I need interrogating? I ain't done nothing wrong.
Gil, you know it's rude to talk about people when they're in the room. Listen, son, I'm gonna level with yous. We had some trouble last night. Someone tried to knock over the bank. They must have learned that there was a payroll meant to be delivered here last night, and they thought they could tangle with Bloodstone. And yeah, I mean, they'd have got away with it if the payroll ever turned up. Anyway, one of them Gil here managed to catch, and we have a little arrangement here with a family in town, and they said that they would take care of the matter and ask the appropriate questions.
Take care of it how, sir?
They've taken him to the ranch to have words, I think.
Oh, so there is a ranch in town. Do you know if they're in need of any help?
I'm sure they'd employ you in a heartbeat. But the point is, how do we know we can trust you? Will you have anything to do with this bank heist?
No, sir. Until 6 months ago, I ain't ever been inside a bank before.
Why is a young cowboy like you carrying 2 guns?
Oh, these? Well, these were my granddaddy's guns, and he passed 6 months ago, so.
Seems excessive for someone who's just an itinerant worker. 1 should be enough, right?
Well, I guess you meet all sorts of...
I might assume you're tooled up.
Oh, no, sir. I mean, well, I'm traveling alone through the world, and
Is that right? He's going to do a psychology roll on you when he mentioned.
Sexy.
When he mentioned.
It's not the opening to a port.
Yeah.
What's a young kid like you? 2 guns.
And Gil's
And an
obviously-
appearance of 90.
The deputy's going to be very reluctant to get involved, but he will stay and watch for quite a while, and then eventually he will take his job. So he's going to do a psychology roll on you.
Okay.
So you can resist. I'll let you resist either with your own psychology or with any social role you wish.
Oh man, I'm not the social
Except for
guy.
intimidate, because you're not really doing that.
What can I resist with? I mean, probably. Can I resist? Is there any point in
You
resisting?
could give it a go.
Fast talk's still your best resistance, isn't it?
Okay. Please, Granddaddy, help me if you're looking down at me from heaven. 43. Now, is this worth spending luck for? I think it could be.
No, he failed. The suspense was great, though, wasn't it?
Oh my God.
Yeah, he eventually smiles at you and he says, "All right, well, I think you're probably not too much of a threat just by yourself. But if you've lied to me, there will be consequences. Gil, why don't you go down the tracks and try and find out what's happened to that train?" And he sort of says, "Sheriff, Gil, just go. I'm handling this." And Gil leaves. And then the sheriff sits down and he starts lighting a cigar, probably. And he just watches you for a while. And he says, So, how long are you planning to stay in Bloodstone, young man?"
Well, probably not that long if I can't get a job, sir.
I see. Well, maybe the Roseberries would be looking for another farmhand. You're familiar with cows?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
My whole life, sir. My whole life has been cows. Cows and horses.
slaughtering them?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, maybe they could make use of you. Your best chance, you head to the Federal Land Assay office and speak to Linus.
Linus.
He's one of the Roseberries. He doesn't involve himself in the ranch side of things, but you could have a word with him. Tell him Sheriff Renter suggested maybe they could find you some work.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I really do.
Stay out of trouble now.
Yes, sir.
I'll be watching you.
Yes, sir.
What was your name? Twinkie the Kid.
Tilly, sir.
All right, to Tilly.
Yes, that's me, sir. He backs out. He's backing out of the room as you're talking, and he's going backwards, like, keeping his eyes on you, like a mouse. And he like hits the door, and he's like grabbing for the handle. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Ridiculous. And then you're back out of the.
I just immediately like crouch down and like sweat is like dripping off me onto the sand. And I think I'm intelligent enough to realize that I just dodged
Jail.
I just dodged jail.
Yeah. So you two probably see each other in the street now. You're both sort of there.
How are you? I got all patched up by that doctor.
I'm like checking that I'm like far away enough from the not here. And I just kind of scrabble over to like the others, like way away from the sheriff's office and like maybe in the shade somewhere.
You're probably out the front of the saloon under the awning.
Is everything okay?
I
You
went
can hear
into,
voices inside the saloon. There's two people talking quite loudly.
I went to scope out the sheriff's office, like Miss Profanity said, and well, I think I got away with it, but it was scary.
What was scary?
I don't think they like out-of-towners here very much. Not at all, Doctor. I think the deputy, I think he was looking for an excuse to lock me up.
Did they suspect you?
Oh, I think so, sir. But it was okay. I told them that I was looking for work, and he said that I could go and introduce myself to the Roseberries, but I don't know if that's such a good idea, Doc.
Okay, well, do you know where? And they've got Evan in there?
They said that the Roseberries took him.
We gotta take down these Roseberries. I've been hearing a lot about these Roseberries myself. I think we need to go and get Evan. That's our top priority.
You can both give me a power roll.
Par.
Roll on par.
Oh, that's a lovely 15.
Oh, delicious.
It's a hard success.
Oh, and look at me rolling a 10.
Oh.
It's also a hard success on my 50, I think.
It's actually
extreme success.
Is it?
It's on the value.
Right on the value.
Fantastic.
Right on the value.
Wow. So, as you're talking about the Roseberries, you guys deal with these Roseberries, talking about the Roseberries, you both simultaneously get this flash of memory, like a piece of memory just comes back to you from last night. You're in the bank, you hear some hooves riding up, and you remember someone in the bank screamed, "Roseberries!" And then there was a smash, and that's when the lights went out. You vividly remember that. And that must be who rode up. And you remember this guy, big black beard, outside on a big horse. You kind of remember bits of that, but then you've got this really clear vision with your extreme success. You remember someone screaming, "Roseberries!" And you look down, and there was a young woman in the bank behind the counter, There was the guy who you'd been threatening, like collectively been threatening, who you thought was the security, but then you remembered you saw a woman in there. She must have worked there or something, and she was on the floor behind the counter, and she was the one who screamed "Roseberries!" And you remember she had this like horrible like gash on her neck, like bloody gash that you guys didn't do because you didn't know she was there. And it was like, and she was holding onto it, and like blood was oozing out. And that's a sanity roll, actually.
Oh, delicious. First sanity roll?
So that's sanity roll, okay. So it's a light one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very late. Alrighty. Let's go for it.
Change that in a minute.
Oh, and that's a bad miss. 73 on my 50 sanity.
Oh dear.
Ruh-roh.
Wop, wop,
I
wop.
had a sad memory.
Can I borrow your trombone?
You lose 2 sanity points.
Uh-oh.
That's not great. But what can you do in this world of Cthulhu? It's world of darkness.
Yeah, so what do you do?
I just remembered something awful about the Roseberries, Doc. Something real bad.
What was it?
There was a woman on the floor at the bank. She had blood on her neck, but we didn't do it, Doc. But it was like something had tried to eat her neck. There was blood all down her uniform, dripping onto the ground. I don't know if these Roseberries is folk we should be messing with, Doc.
We need to get the Roseberries. I remember too, a man on a big horse, a giant black beard, somebody screaming out Roseberries. But we need to get them because we need to get Evan.
Okay, Doc, okay.
I'm not a sentimental man. I'm not trying to save him. I'm trying to save ourselves.
Okay, okay, Doc, if you think that's what's best, but I really don't think I should talk anymore.
Well, I just need one thing. Do you know where we could find the Roseberries?
Sheriff Render said I could go to the Federal Reserve. Speak to Linus Roseberry there. Is that what it was, Dominic Allen?
The Federal Assay. The Assay office. The Assay office.
What does it mean?
Assay? Assay. You declare. There's gold in the Foghorn Leghorn office.
Right, yeah.
It's just how they, it's an assessment.
Oh,
So-
okay, right.
So like, they still exist. They do land claims, and then they'd also, if prospectors came from the hills with like, oh, I've panned for all this gold, the assay officer would be like, they'd go through it and test it and be like, oh yeah, that's
That is
gold, that's
actually
not
gold.
gold. Right. And then they'd also take a cut, I think, quite a big cut probably. So,
Well, should we go down to the Federal Assay office and ask a few questions about maybe getting you a job?
Okay, Doc, but how are we meant to know each other?
Could be my son.
How old are you?
55.
Okay,
That's actually what works.
that works out quite well, all right.
Yeah. Well, yeah. How about we're traveling through? You're my son.
that scheme.
The ranch has failed, okay?
Yeah.
And what is your fast talk score?
Oh, it's very good. It's very good.
Okay.
We had a ranch.
Yes.
And that failed.
And I'm mute.
And you're
I don't speak.
you don't speak.
I speak to the horses
Oh,
and the cattle.
And the cattle. That's all you talk
That's
about.
all I talk about.
Okay, and we had some outlaws come through our town, and
Yes.
and that's why the ranch failed.
Yes.
They killed all the cattle. And
We
the
are
horses.
anti-outlaws.
We don't like it.
We don't like them.
We don't like it, no. And we were coming up here through the town, and then we got ambushed on the way, which is why I had to go and see the doctor. I
Yes.
can show him my wounds.
Yes.
And say, outlaw. Okay, then we got the outlaws, and we came in here, and then I told you to go to the lawman's office
Yes.
to go and find a job, and then you came back to me while I went and got myself patched up. It all works.
Yes. The only problem is I told the sheriff that I was on my own.
Well,
And he
there we
said
go.
if I ever lied to him, he would find out and he would kill me.
Well,
And you
But-
spoke to him, and now you're saying you're mute.
It's a perfect plan.
I don't see a single problem with this plan. Maybe we could sort out this sheriff at a later date. He doesn't need to know about our dealings with the Roseberries. I'm sure they don't need to tell him that.
Well, I don't think he wanted to be involved, so that's
Yeah.
okay.
I think it'll be okay. And if it isn't, well, it always works out for me in general.
I mean, you're 55. That's quite old.
I'm pretty old.
What's it like to be that old?
It's normal.
Just normal.
It's normal.
You don't feel no different than you was when you was 19?
Well, my bones don't work so good, and my muscles don't work so good, but I still got my old brain, and that's what you get to keep forever. Don't worry. These looks will fade.
What looks?
Oh, you're a handsome man.
Am I? I think I'm an ordinary amount of handsome.
Ordinary.
He turns the cheekbone, just glints some light in your face.
I mean, I'm not bad looking, but nobody really commented on my looks back home.
As he looks down and runs a perfectly tanned arm through this beautiful sawdust hair. Nobody told me I was handsome.
But that's kind of you. I appreciate it.
Did you grow up in the most beautiful town in the world?
My family all pretty good looking, yeah, I guess so. But there's not that many people where I come from anyway. In Southbury, so.
This kid. Oh, this stupid kid, he's gonna die.
This beautiful, stupid little child.
Stupid little boy.
I like you. I like you too.
I like you too, Doc. This was a good conversation.
Write down in your book, Billy. You had a good conversation.
I had a great conversation today with the doctor.
So, what are you gonna do? You're gonna head to the.
Federal
Yeah.
Assay office here.
So, meanwhile, what are you guys doing over at the train station? These two figures, you've seen them.
So you've seen them walking
Yeah,
by.
I
I'm
think
sort
I'm
of
gonna-
still just blathering about.
And you're blathering and staring a hole
Yeah, just
through.
staring a hole.
gripping this satchel on the
so
stomach.
sorry.
It's okay, Mr. J.
Fiddlesticks.
I
I just by Josh and Joan. I just when I get talking about Hancock, I get a real intensity about me.
I experienced that firsthand.
Yeah, I apologize profusely.
No need to apologize, Miss Joan. I understand how it can be, but 12 o'clock, coming around the mountain where they come, you might see.
Oh, she'll be coming. I see. She'll be
There's
coming.
two of them. They're not our people. They're not Leroy and Eddie.
No, and they got the gate of somebody who has a score to settle.
They are coming around the mountain.
Well, I think we wait and find out what they've got to say.
Just right here. We're just gonna wait.
Why
Sure.
not? We can stay in earshot of
Should we make it seem like we're browsing the town,
our
or should we
friend.
just eat?
We could just go get some more lemonade.
Lemonade.
I'm parched. It's a hot day.
It's a hot. We didn't make it very far, but before we needed a second
It
beverage.
is mighty hot. I thought that lemonade was delicious.
Absolutely. And
It was heaven sent lemonade.
I wonder if perhaps I could speak to the conductor about a welcoming committee, a bit of music to welcome people into the town. Maybe that would spruce the place up.
Sure, we'll do that second, but we'll go speak to them. These people coming over here now
You're
with
right.
the blood
You're
on their
right.
face.
You're right.
Yeah, so these two figures eventually hove into view. One of them sort of limping slightly, holding their face. The guy, he's kind of like
You might want to hide your rifle.
He's a shorter, very plain-faced guy. Looks sort of
Hold it behind me a little bit.
He's got a kind of like Tom Hanks kind of look. Tom Hanks kind of look. He's kind of like sort of plain face, sort of handsome, but doesn't look particularly like he's been on the frontier much. And then there's a very tall woman with him. They're both, dressed in kind of jeans and button-down shirts, and braces. They've got guns. They've got a gun each, you notice, and in holsters. And yeah, he's hobbling up and she's sort of supporting him. And they see you. And he goes, God damn it. What is this? Must be Bloodstone, right? Is this Bloodstone?
Yeah,
So
you're
I'm reliably informed.
welcome, I suppose.
Yeah.
Do you want to play a tune to welcome them to the town?
I've put my rifle in my trombone case, and if I open it, it will be on show. So I was like, perhaps later.
You don't want to do like a little mouth kazoo?
Oh, a good idea. Pull one out and welcome to Bloodstone.
I need a doctor. Bad.
What happened to you?
The train. Tell him, Rousseau. And she says, what my colleague here is saying is that we were stationed on the train as security. We were the Pinkerton agency. And,
Fucking Rousseau.
Rousseau! Lizzie Fallon's character. And my colleague, Mr. Sully here, he took a nasty,
No!
It's Agent Sully. He took a nasty tumble because the train got derailed. There was an explosion, black powder, we think. Someone must have planned this, and then it gets really confusing, and neither of us can remember what happened. We think someone came on the train. Maybe more than one. And he's like, yeah, I think it was more than one. I think it was more than one. It must have been more than one, right? Right? And she says, I can't remember. We need to see it. We need to get him to a doctor. I'm not sure how injured he is.
Well, I know there's a doctor's office in town. We could walk you there.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, if you could, let's get to the doctor's office. I just need to sit down.
Just sling your arm underneath his other arm and help the man, why don't you?
Of course, you're right.
I'll take this trombone bag and I'll just heft the thing over.
And I sort of guide him, I guess, down the street towards the doctor's office. Do you remember much about your ambush?
It's coming back in patches. And then she says, yes, we were completely... I was unconscious for a while, and I'm sure it was more than one person. It must have been, unless it was coyotes that got to them while we were asleep, and we were lucky.
You weren't the only people on this train.
No, but they're all
what?
dead. They're all dead.
Shot?
Not shot.
Well, what do you mean?
Attacked. Savaged. Cut up. Blooded.
What, knives and axes?
I would say so.
Well, how did you
Or it was animals. It could have been animals. I came to and I found Sully here was all right, and so I said to Tom, we got to get out of here, and luckily I was uninjured. I guess they didn't see me, or they didn't find me, and then the guy says, I think this is from a head wound. I think I must have fell, because I don't think I was attacked. But yeah, it was a real bloodbath. It couldn't have been animals. Animals wouldn't have set a trap unless they released dogs on us. Who would do it, and why?
No, it sounds like somebody was trying to rob this train.
But they didn't take any of the stuff.
What do you mean? You're saying all that stuff's just sitting there?
They look at each other, and then he gives a nod, and she says, it's a payroll train.
My God, what kind of outlaws would try to rob a train?
Who would
and not
ever
take...
be so bold as to rob anyone of anything
It's
ever?
insane to think that somebody would try to rob a train round these parts and not take a single dime, a single cent.
single dime.
Exactly. The train. Why would they take it straight away? It happened in the night, unless they're going to wait till tonight. But anything could happen by then.
Anything could happen by then.
Indeed, it could.
So many hours in the day still.
And a train just sitting there.
Mighty pretty.
Mm.
Not for me, though. Too rich for my blood. I'm just a humble schoolmistress.
Only the worst kind of people would be looking to do that. Not us.
Oh, look, the doctor's office.
Here we are!
hate speaking criminals.
And yeah, so you knock on the doctor's door and he opens it and he says, "Are you? Oh, sorry, I was expecting someone else. Are you? Oh dear, what's happened? Who are you?"
Well, we were waiting at the train station trying to get out of town, and we happened across these poor souls who are in need of some medical
attention.
salvation. Yes.
How strange. You're the second today. You best come in. And he gestures for you all to come in,
Would we follow through?
if you want to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you go into the doctor's office with these two Pinkerton agents. I'm sure everything will be fine. So let's cut to the Assay office, which is next to the bank. Nice. And what do you do?
Is the door closed, presumably? Or?
It is in fact standing open.
Well, do you want me to go on first?
I'll follow you, sir.
Okay, so you're
Sir,
mute.
doctor, sir. I'm mute, and you do the talking.
I'm your father.
And you're my father. Yes.
Yes.
Should I call you Dad?
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully they don't notice that we don't really look alike.
Fingers
What's your
crossed.
appearance, Sullivan?
25.
A famously well-weathered family.
I could be adopted.
Yeah. Or maybe I'll make insinuations that I am the poor, cuckolded husband.
Do you think we'll get time for that amount of character depth in the...
Well, let's see.
Let's see, I guess.
See how it goes. Bang, bang.
So you just go walk in.
Yeah.
Okay, so you walk into this room. It's wooden floorboards. There's a desk over to one side near the window. So the sun's streaming into this window. And there's windows either side. There's not much other furniture in here. And you walk straight in. There's no one sat at the desk, and there's a door to the left at the back that's standing open as well. And then you slowly become aware there is a presence in the room behind you in the corner of the room as you walk in. So the light's streaming through this window, and so in the shadow of the window, there is this huge figure sat on this tiny little wooden chair. He's got, a sort of cowboy hat pulled really low, black cowboy hat. And he's got this black bandana across his face. He's in jeans and a waistcoat and whatever. He's got two guns, and he's just sat there, really imposing. He's not really looking at you. He's just sort of looking down. His face is completely in shadow. And you can just hear him breathing. What do you do?
Excuse me, sir. My name is Dr. Quack Doctor. I'm here with my dear son here. We were just passing through the town and
he looks up at you. And you see his eyes. That's all you can really see is his eyes. They're like completely red. They're so bloodshot, they're completely red with these tiny black pupils. And his face is all cracked and grey, and he's just staring at you.
we were just passing through the town and we wondered if you could get my son a job down at the Roseberry Ranch. Are you Linus Roseberry?
At which point you hear these heavy footsteps coming from the door behind you, and this imposing, very corpulent figure walks into the room. He's got a little white beard, little white mustache curled up. He's not the colonel. He's got these little pince-nez spectacles, and his hair's swept back and slicked. Sort of grey hair slicked back. And he has, he's also quite finely dressed, and he's dabbing at his mouth with a handkerchief. And he comes creaking into the room. Boom, boom. And he goes, "Oh, well, hello. Don't mind Gregory. He's a mute. Can I help you?"
Well,
Commonality.
I'm Linus Roseberry.
it is an honor to meet you, Linus Roseberry. Mr. Roseberry, I've heard such great things about you.
Oh, really?
Yes, just talking to people around the town.
Oh, really?
They've said very kind things about you, that you really help out this town.
Well, I'm very glad to hear it. Why don't you take a seat? And who is this?
This is my son, young, what's your first name? Peter, young Peter over here. Also, actually, a mute. I was looking to maybe try and find Peter a job.
I'm sure we can think of something. A handsome young man like yourself.
Yes.
And he sits down in the chair behind the desk and it creaks heavily. And please, sit. Can I get you a glass of something invigorating? And he reaches under the desk, brings up his sort of bottle of very dark brown liquid, plonks it down, puts some shot glasses out.
I'm all right, myself.
No, come. You must be parched. How far have you traveled?
Oh, we've traveled a long way.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Does the boy drink?
No.
You should. You should. Put hair on your chest. Growing boy like yourself.
I'm going to hold the drink, but not drink it, because I've heard bad things about
He
liquid.
drinks his very delicately.
I haven't heard anything, so I just
like
it.
Sipping whiskey. We make it ourselves, my family, that is.
Is that what you make down at the ranch?
Yes, among other things. It's cattle as well, and all that sort of business.
Oh, wow. Well, I better tell you about ourselves. We're strangers to you, of course. So.
Indeed, it's very rare we get people from out of town these days.
Well, so we lived on a ranch reasonably far from here, and we decided to go out and leave after some bandits came along, killed all the cattle and the horses of our ranch, and killed my late wife. And I'd heard that there was gold here at French Peak, but unfortunately it's too dangerous to go.
Oh, it's not dangerous at all. It's not dangerous, it's just dried up. There's no gold left.
Well, that's a real shame. I really was hoping to find some gold. But
Well, you never know. You could always take a hike and have a look for yourself. Beautiful country.
I might well do that. But I thought while we were here, maybe Peter here could get a job, even just temporarily down at your ranch.
Oh, well, I mean, my business is very little to do with the ranch these days, but I'm sure I could have a word with my brothers, and they're always looking for fresh help.
That is fantastic. Thank you very much. Peter will be over the moon.
Are you good with your hands?
Can I get my rope out and like do a little trick?
Give me what's the trick you're going to do?
I don't know. What do people do with ropes?
Do that when we step through it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
over yourself. And
This could be fun if it goes wrong.
Let's have a rope use
Oh my
roll.
god, that's a fumble.
A skill unique to...
What is it?
98.
98?
98 over 55.
are you good with your hands? Was the question.
Yeah.
what was it, 98 over?
55.
Oh, so that's not a fumble.
Oh yeah. I was reading ride. Oh, not a fumble, but a fail.
It's a terrible fail, which you could push, of course.
Yes, I'm going to push it with my years of experience. I'm going to say to myself,
Come on, Peter. You can do this. You're Tilly the Kid.
Perhaps you're pushing it by overcommitting slightly.
I'm overcommitting. I have failed.
Oh dear.
A push roll.
Can I? And I can't spend luck on a push roll.
You can't spend luck on a push roll, and unfortunately the consequences of push roll are usually quite terrible. So although
I'm going to sleep now.
And go, ow! Well, he was
if only. If only.
on the talk.
So you
This game's so cruel.
it's horrible. You really go for it, maybe a bit too much. It's quite impressive, actually. And you can see Mr. Roseberry's quite impressed. He's, he starts doing it, clapping along.
Yeah.
But you do overcommit a bit, and it catches you on the boot, and you trip, and you face plant, but you manage to turn that into a roll, but then you can't stop rolling, so you roll into the corner of the room, right between Gregory's legs, and bash into him. And yeah, this huge figure is looking down anyway. And you feel the fabric of his bandana fall on your face, and you look up into his face, and I need a sanity roll.
What do I see? We'll find out. We will find out. What the fuck is going on?
How are you rolling that?
What?
96 on a 50.
These are bad dice. I need some.
Do you want some fresh
can I have some
dice?
fresh dice, please? This is horrific. Get out of here!
Great.
Yeah, so you look up into the parts of this man's face that are a face.
What's the rest of it?
Oh, it's extremely bad. So I did check the rule book, and the sanity loss is worse than I expected. But yes, you look into this man's face. His jaw stops about here because his lower jaw just doesn't exist.
That's awful.
And it's just hanging down, and he's got these, they've sharpened, he's got his teeth are sort of sharpened, and the overwhelming feeling you have is of seeing, probably working on a farm, you've probably seen a dead cow before that's maybe rotting, decomposing, and that's the quality of his flesh. And there is just this constant like stream of like saliva running down where his chin isn't. You get the overwhelming impression this man is dead. And you lose 6 sanity points.
Oh my god.
Because you can smell the death,
You only
the
need to
decay,
use 10.
and the
Oh,
putrefaction.
Have I gone temporarily insane then?
What is your current sanity?
48.
48? No, you haven't gone indefinitely insane. You need to lose 9 points, so you're 3 away.
But do you not go temporarily insane when you use
Oh, you
lose-
might indeed go temporarily insane because you've lost more than 5 in one
Yes. Do I need to roll for that, or is it just vibes?
go. You need to roll your intelligence to see if you've understood what you've seen.
God. Your intelligence is quite good, so you might succeed on this, Tilly. That's good.
That's really good.
And you've got all those new
'cause it's good
dice
to
that I'm
succeed.
sure are fine.
It's really good to succeed on the intelligence roll to see if you understood what's gone on.
It's a well-designed game.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, I've understood what I've seen.
65 under 75.
As his
It's going well for you.
huge gloved hand comes down and picks up his bandana and quickly reattaches it to his face, you realise with his stiff movements and everything, this is some kind of revenant. This is an abomination. And you go temporarily insane.
Poor little Twinkie the kid.
Really emotionally attached to this character.
I think we all are.
Oh, it's an adorable character.
It's a wonderful little boy.
So what you gonna
Why can't it be different this time,
man is
dog?
all
What you gonna do?
He ain't got no face, yeah. What
What you gonna do, Peter?
You have some kind of hysterical or emotional outburst here. Tell me what happens. It's uncontrollable. Your whole body starts spasming and then...
I think Peter Tilly starts laughing.
Yeah.
And then the laugh turns into a scream as he looks up into this man's face. And he's just yelling, Daddy! Daddy! Help me, Daddy! And then he runs out of the establishment
Okay, great. So you're
in
allowed to
total
speak,
fear.
screaming.
No longer a mute.
Well, that'll shock you.
You didn't see any of this. When you turn back to Linus Roseberry, he hasn't really noticed what's happened either. He just thinks it's quite funny, and he sort of watches Tilly run out of the room, and then goes,
Well, that is unfortunate. I suppose a little embarrassing. You know what young ones are like, so much pride.
I think that's what it is.
Gregory, shut the door, would you?
and then Gregory just reaches over and shuts the door, and then Linus says,
I thought you said he was mute.
He is. What we've just heard is a miracle. I haven't heard him talk, not for 10 years.
I'm going to need...
Oh, you're gonna need something.
I think I'm going to need a hard fast talk.
Oh, come on. Yes.
Have you done it?
Yes.
Have you done it?
Yes. Yes. I got a 17 on my 70.
You beautiful, beautiful bastard. We are so back.
In your face, Linus.
What's left of it?
Fantastic. So he says,
Well, I have seen many miracles. Are you a man who believes?
Oh, yes, of course. We're all believers in my family.
Really? Perhaps you and your son would like to join us tonight for a small prayer. It's a very special occasion.
Oh, what's the occasion?
Oh, just an old family tradition.
It's so hard when my brain is going like that. That's spooky.
We would be armed.
and he stands up, walks over to you, and he embraces you
my God.
in this sort of bear hug that smothers you. And he whispers in your ear. He says,
I'm sure soon we will all be family, and I'm sure we'll find work for young Peter. And of course, we can't have you wandering homeless. We look after our own here in Bloodstone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Roseberry. I really appreciate it. Where should we come for this prayer tonight?
Well, why don't you meet at the ranch house? Let's see. Come around dusk.
Perfect. I'll see you there.
I'm sure we will. He said, let me show you on this.
and he goes into the drawer and he pulls out the land survey map, rolls it out.
So, you follow this track, just northwest towards Bloodstone Pass. You'll see the ranch, you can't miss it. Stay on the path, though. We set traps for the coyotes.
Thank you. Can I do a psychology roll on this guy before I go? I'm reasonably good at psychology.
You can do a combined spot hidden in psychology, actually.
Fantastic.
So if you pass on either of those, you'll get something, depending on what you pass.
My psychology is 50. And that is a 27 on my 50, so it's just a regular success.
Delicious.
Would it be worth me pushing it to, like, taking their luck?
No, I think it's fine. So was that regular success on psychology and spot hidden?
Just psychology, not spot hidden.
Oh, right. Oh, you could spend it down to pass on spot hidden if you want.
Oh,
Was it
no,
2 points.
Oh, sorry, no, it is a success on both.
Oh,
I'm a
fine.
liar. I'm a liar.
So you succeed on both.
Yes.
As he hands it to you, you're close enough to notice his lips. They're very, very, very red, like dark, almost purple. Purple lips, almost. And there's something about the way he says coyotes that it's like he's had to reach for the word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not talking about coyotes.
It's not coyotes.
Okay.
He seems fine.
Lovely meeting you, Mr. Roseberry. I must attend to my son. You make sure he's not in a state.
Is it just the two of you?
Yes, just the two of us.
Well, then we'll see the two of you later.
Fantastic.
We might have some friends joining us, but we're all very, very amicable people.
Brilliant.
Some of that traditional Western hospitality. Gregory, get the door for the gentleman.
Gregory, he doesn't even get up, he just reaches over with his really long arms.
Okay. I'm going to come out and I'm going to try and find you.
So meanwhile, just before we cut to you two, when you run out screaming, you run out and you walk straight into this very tall man who's all in black. And he's got a dog collar and a wide-brimmed hat. And he looks down at you and he says, and he drops something. You realise it's his Bible. And he says, "Oh, terribly sorry, young sir. I didn't see you there. Are you quite all right? You look like you've seen a ghost."
I saw the devil.
"The devil, you say? Well, the devil comes in many guises. May I ask in what form he took this time?"
He didn't have half a face.
"He didn't have a face. No, that is common. That is common. Sometimes he is invisible, and sometimes he is only partially visible. Sometimes he comes in the form of animals, or other people even. We must always be wary for the adversary. Are you a young man of religion, sir? Do you keep the faith?"
My family does, sir, and I do. I go to church.
"Ah, you're a good boy. Well, I'm pleased to meet you. Saul Waitley. You can just call me the Reverend. That's what everyone does.
Oh, good to meet you, Reverend. Good to meet you.
You're new in town."
Yes, sir. I was looking for a job at the ranch.
"Oh, which the Roseberries, I take."
Yes, sir. Yes, Reverend.
Well, I'm sure they'll take you in. They seem genial enough. Although I was appalled when I came here and found there is no chapel. So I've taken it upon myself to stay here longer than I intended.
Am I still cuckoo? In the
You are, but it's sort of like the initial hysterics have died down.
I feel like I've been kind of calmed by the fact that I feel like I've just seen the devil and then immediately I've met a man of God. It seems kind of serendipitous.
Yeah, it must be fine.
Yeah, and I feel his presence is kind of calming.
How long have you been in this town, sir, Mr. Reverend?
Oh, months now, months. I was just coming out here to preach. You care to listen?
Oh,
Do you know your Bible?
a little. I'm not much of a public speaker.
And how of reading?
I read well, sir.
Oh, excellent. Good. Well, excuse me, and he bends down and picks up the Bible.
Oh, sorry.
Do you have a favorite passage? Oh, this one's one of my favorites. And he starts reading.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, you just tell me your favorite. That is one of mine.
And he goes straight into it, ignoring the fact you're stood really close to him. He just starts talking really loudly on this largely empty road.
Yeah.
About some Bible verse about the devil and being in hidden places and sins of the fathers being passed on to the children, and how it's sort of about original sin. But can you give me an education roll?
To see if I understand it.
Unless you've got theology or something. I don't give you up.
So an education roll.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, 23 on my 55. So that's
Ooh,
a
hard success.
hard success. Yeah.
In that case, yeah, you're listening and it sounds biblical, but you don't think this is in any Bible you've ever come across. You have no idea where this would be in the Bible, this excerpt.
Sir, Mr. Reverend, I went to church every Sunday for 15 years. I never heard that passage before in any...
Well, I have to say I'm not surprised. You know, there are as many Bibles as there are churches.
Oh, I didn't know that. Is your Bible different from other Bibles?
I suppose it must be. Yes, I suppose it must. But that's because it is more truthful. You see, the Catholic Church, they got together and they decided they were going to leave out whole sections of holy text to serve their purposes. But my desire is to bring the true Word of God to the masses.
I never heard of such a thing, sir.
There are other religions that have no text, and there are still others whose texts are still being written, and why should our faith be any different? When God is still around us, still talks to us. Does he talk to you, boy?
If he has, I must have missed him. Or not been listening.
Most likely you've not been listening, yes. Most likely you did miss it. It takes a skill to learn to hear the truth. I myself am fortunate in the fact that the Lord has been very clear with me about my purpose and my direction. And he told me in a dream to come here, and he told me in another dream to stay as long as necessary. I think soon I will move on, but for now I am here.
Why do you think he asked you to stay in a town like Bloodstone? It doesn't seem like there's many people for you to evangelize.
God moves in mysterious ways, young man.
I suppose he does.
But when it comes to theology, there is much we do not understand. I was fortunate I was raised in a family, a great collector of books. My grandfather passed them down, and, well, my brother kept the majority. But the majority were unusual. I just hold on to this Bible.
Unusual how?
Oh, grandfather collected all sorts of books, very old books. I can't recall all of them now. I can't say that I read them all. It was my brother who was interested. But he's the one who kept the farm back in Dunwich.
Oh, I'm from a farm myself.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'm a ranch hand by trade, sir.
Good, honest work. Good, honest work.
Yeah, I never should have left.
Well, I'm sure you're here for a purpose, just as I am. And perhaps we will find out what that is.
Yes. Good day to you, Reverend Sir.
And you, God be with you. If you need me, I'm staying at the saloon.
All right. You have a good day now.
You as well. You as well. I didn't catch your name.
It's Peter.
Peter.
Peter Tilly.
Peter. One of the most favored of the apostles. Well, have a good day.
Can I do a psychology roll before he goes?
Absolutely.
This guy seems creepy.
What are we talking about? Perfectly normal.
No, 81.
No, we're back on.
Oh, go on, push the roll.
Tilly's back on her bullshit.
No, I am defending Peter with my life.
Maybe I can tempt you if I read you the example in the book.
I want a clean death for Peter.
Psychology.
A nice clean death.
Just kill him.
That's all we want.
Kill him quickly.
If an insane investigator fails a pushed roll, he or she believes that they hear the target's evil thoughts and launches a physical attack upon them.
Oh, fun.
That's an example of potential. Oh, well, never mind. You're evil!
Rip the reference face off.
I mean, and it might not be wrong
Well,
in this instance.
The Lord moves in mysterious. Okay, yeah, so you...
Usually floating invisible and covered in limbs.
Yeah, and eyeballs. So yeah, you... he seems a very zealous and earnest preacher.
I bow awkwardly.
He looks slightly confused at that and smiles and nods. And then he carries on. And then they came
to Judea, and he starts.
I move very quickly away and go and sit by the whatever it was called. The ass lounge, whatever the fuck it was called.
The saloon.
The Assay. The
Assay. Waiting for my. I'm here waiting for my fake dad.
To the ass lounge to look for daddy.
Sure enough,
Only just old enough to get in.
Yeah.
sure enough, the door opens and your dad comes out. Meanwhile,
I'm just sat in the dirt.
yeah. So you two. So you're in the doctor's. Tom Sully, the Pinkerton, has been sat on this table, and the doctor, who's introduced himself by now as Dr. McLean, he's having a look at the wound, and he's tutting and shaking his head. What do you guys want to do?
Well, fine, Doctor. What appears to be the issue? What kind of an attack was this? There seems to be some confusion amongst the people aboard the train as to whom stole what,
Or how. Or why.
Precisely.
Well, I can't answer all of those questions, but what I can say is that this wound is very unusual. I can't make in a tale of what could have done something like this. It's it's very odd.
Can I just crane over and try and have a look?
Yeah, absolutely. You could give me a medicine roll or a first aid. Or biology or natural world. Even.
Yeah, I'm going to do first aid because that's 30. Ooh, 24.
Ooh, tasty.
Yeah, it looks like a bite, but yeah, it looks not big enough to be like a bear or a wolf or something. It looks a bit more like it was some sort of large ape.
How many?
Like a human.
How many holes?
Yeah, there are two holes as
Two
well.
very pronounced holes.
Yeah, but it still looks like some of the flesh has been torn away.
Obviously, I saw the bites on the back of that other guy's neck.
Is this on the doctor or on
the Pinkerton?
On the pin. Oh god.
Yeah.
I'm just going to lean over and say, like, to you, I think something is going on in this town. This marking on this fella's neck looked very similar to the marking I saw on the back of our friend at the train station.
Do you think it's
Unless everyone is suffering from a terrible heat rash and that is causing portions of their neck to drop off.
drop off? It's gone.
I imagine that there is something else going on here.
These injuries happen outside the town. How widespread do you think this is going to be?
I imagine it is all over these lands. But I will also say that while these Pinkerton agents are in here being seen to by the doctor, that train and its precious cargo is laying there in the sun, unattended.
Oh, you are quite right about that. But the conductor's brother went to find the train, no, and didn't return.
Did not.
And these people came from the train, and he said he'd been gone for hours.
Maybe he got lost on the way.
Maybe he did.
It's
Didn't
not easy
follow
to
the
follow
tracks.
a train track down the path.
You're certainly right about
We could be
that.
getting out of here, finding the others, and we could be making bank right now, finishing the job we came here for.
Doctor,
Yes.
it appears that these fine people are in safe hands with you. Is that correct? And my companion here.
the sight of blood is getting too much for me.
She is a dainty and simple woman.
I'm not simple, but I am honestly I'm a
brilliant
delicate
woman.
flower.
That's the word I was trying to find.
Thank you, sir.
Delicate woman. Perhaps we should leave these two in your care. We've done our good Samaritan duties of the day.
Very good. Well, I would say you stick to the shade and drink plenty of fluids. By all means, yes. But can you give me an acting roll or a fast talk roll with a bonus die?
Golly goodness gosh.
Yeah. The doctor, you can tell the doctor believes you.
Yeah.
When you say bonus die.
Can I use persuade instead? I have no fast talk. I've got persuade.
I'll allow. Yeah, you can have persuade.
Fabulous. Oh, that's good then. That's a pass. 48 under 70.
So was it fast talk you wanted?
Yeah,
Well,
ideally.
acting.
Yeah.
Well, I have a 5 of that, so don't worry. The 57 that I just simply did not work.
Spend the luck, mate. Spend the luck.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't a fumble, so that's all that matters.
Yeah,
And Laurie passed. So, the doctor seems like he completely buys this. The Pinkerton Russo, she sort of looks over and looks slightly suspicious for a second, and then just sort of, forgets about it. And you think, yeah, you got away with this. So you guys.
Sort of. Good luck. Good luck.
I hope you recover quickly and well, sir.
We're backwards. the pair of us trying to get through the door.
The horses. So you stagger out into the street, and you see a man setting up in the street with a box, and he's like folding the box out, and he sort of looks at you, and he sort of does a double take, and he goes, "Oh, good morning. You new in town?"
Good morning, sir.
Lady, I just want to get the horses.
We
You have an ailment? I see you coming out of the doctor's office.
Oh no, we were.
Come.
Okay
It
then.
doesn't need an ailment to.
Talk to the Lord.
Oh, he's talking to us. We could get the horses. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Oh, very well indeed. Come, you must try what I'm calling Craven's Old Decoction. It is a fine medicinal elixir which will fortify you against the beating sun and warm you against the freezing cold and invigorate and restore you.
So if I'm going to spend a great deal of time out in the sun, and perhaps walking around and exploring, I could be protected from that sun. This sounds like a good idea to me.
Yes, it can be taken internally, externally, or anally. Here you are, sir. Here's a bottle.
And what is inside?
Oh, all kinds of things. The grease of a cat, the juice of a beetle, the lesser Colorado pine beetle, which has proven for many, many years to have very important medicinal properties. Not to mention the fur of a mushroom that grows in the Himalayas.
Where would a man such as yourself be finding a mushroom that grows in the Himalayas?
Oh, I have my connections. My imports, they bring them together, and I am the one who decocts them.
Can I take the sort of
the one who
lid off and have a sniff?
I am the one who decocts. Yes.
Oh, it is certainly pungent.
Yes, indeed. That is the vanilla root.
Glamorous.
Yes. And it's only $3 a bottle. To you too.
Oh, I'm not sure 2 is something I could quite stretch to. Would you accept
$1.75? Yes.
I think my friend is suggesting more. Would you accept a song?
I could sing to you.
No, thank you.
But music is as much.
Well, then we have not reached an accord.
But hydration.
No, we must go.
But how would we? Thank you so much. I might be back, but it's like leading me away.
Take a small. Let me get you a small sample.
A sample size.
Yes, there you are.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm
It
here
might be
all
good
week.
if we're gonna spend time out in the sun looking for this train.
Looking for no train.
What's that?
Oh, I didn't speak too loudly, did I? Looking for ourselves.
Looking for our friends.
Our friends. That's what I say. Our friends. It sounds.
We're looking for our friends.
I'm from the East Coast. It sounds different.
It's a pronunciation thing. You'll have to
Yes.
excuse us.
Not at all. Well, I'm sure you'll be back, and despite what the Reverend likes to think, I will be here all week.
You have a good day.
You as well. As you walk away from him. It's probably around then that you see the preacher preaching, and Tilly the kid is sort of walking away from him. And at that moment, you're probably coming out the Assay office. And so you all manage to converge beautifully
In the street.
In the start of Act 2. In the start of the street. In the street. In the middle of the street. In the middle of the scenario.
So,
I saw a man without a face.
Oh dear.
what are you talking about, Tilly? Doctor, give me some news.
I've been waiting for that the whole time.
I got in a bad case of seeing a guy without a jaw.
Oh, don't worry. I'll explain everything. We went to go and see Linus Roseberry. Have you heard about the Roseberries while you've been going around the town?
Certainly
Yeah, these Roseberries, I'm not sure what they're up to, but they're up to something
Well,
interesting.
they got the conductor at the train station all mighty shook up.
Yeah,
He seems like they're the real power behind this
it
town.
looks like it.
Now, here's the thing. We bumped into a couple of Pinkerton agents coming
Pinkerton
down the tracks from where the train was. The conductor's brother Silas went down the tracks looking for the train, but he did not return. And what came in his place was these two Pinkerton agents. They're at the doctor's office right now.
Covered in blood.
They said that the train was jumped last night. There was some sort of black powder explosion, and then the train was attacked. However, all of the money is still on board. Somebody attacked that train and they didn't take the money. It's still out there right now.
We need to go.
We need to go.
Get that money. We need to go get that money.
But before we do, there's a beaten sun, and I'm worried about everybody. There's a man over there selling some elixir that is going to keep us protected from the sun. We should all go and get some.
Elixir? If you want an elixir, sir, then you've come to exactly the right place.
No. He gave me a sample. I don't need any.
Gets his own box out.
Well, what has he got in that one, huh?
He said it was the beetle of a juice and kitten grease and.
Kitten grease? That's my thing! I do kitten slime, he does kitten grease.
Do you know where you would procure a mushroom from the Himalayas?
Well, of course I do. We all do.
Well, the Himalayas is where you procure it.
Yeah.
But how would you get it over this way?
Oh, you gotta ask some people.
Oh no, you get it from Himalayas, Arkansas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Himalayas, Arkansas.
Surely.
Sure. So you're saying that he's just making out that it's Himalayas, the mystical Himalaya mountains.
He's stolen my recipe.
Why would he lie?
He's stolen your...
Why would he lie?
You should go deal with that.
I should.
You should go deal with that.
If we're going to go, I'm going to take this little
Yeah.
vial to protect myself. Is that a bad idea? Do you think
I think you crack on.
Okay, great.
And when he dies from this tincture, then we gotta split the money three ways.
Now, just to give you a quick rundown, while you guys are gone, we said that young Peter here is my son. Isn't that right, Peter? Peter, you looking all right?
I saw a man without a face. I feel like everyone's glossing over that.
Oh, little Peter.
What does Peter mean?
Would you like some elixir?
Well, what is it?
The elixir, it might help.
Is
Don't
it
try any of that muck. Try some of my muck. Come on.
My head hurts. I just want some more whiskey.
Can you give me a power roll?
Yes,
Get it ups.
absolutely. Power. Nope. No power for me.
77 over 50.
Been cool.
So just so you know, we need to get our story straight. The Roseberries, they seem to have a lot of power in this town.
Bad news.
And we've told them that young Tilly here is my mute son who's just had a miracle and can now talk. And that we've come alone. So what I'm thinking is that maybe I send Tilly off with you two. I go and sort out this horrible snake oil salesman, while you guys go and try and investigate about the money. But if anyone finds you, I've sent young Peter here with you guys. How does that sound as a plan?
I think that sounds mighty fine to me.
Great.
Sure.
A lovely young couple who can help my son.
He's very, very like shaken. Well, I'm not sure about that.
A beautiful young couple. A very sexy young couple.
A completely unbelievable young couple, but we'll make it work. This man is clearly punching.
Can you all give me a spot hidden roll?
Ooh. I failed. That's 81 over 60.
Failed.
I also failed 49 over 25.
Yes, that would be an
38.
85 over 60.
Oh dear, you're too involved in this conversation. Never mind. So what do you do?
I'm going to get... You go see this salesman, and
Yeah, I think it's
we'll go get the horses.
Mr. Craven.
Peter, are you able to pull yourself together?
Oh, sure.
Peter, it's time for you to get on Lady Bits.
Yeah.
I think
you'll
I'll feel
ride-
better for riding Lady
You'll
Bits.
ride the lady bits. You'll get your horse. What's your?
I get my horse Marion. She'll be
Marion.
ready to go.
And I'll saddle up on please and thank you, and off we'll go.
I'll join you later while
You
I...
have 2 horses?
One horse.
Pleasing, thank you.
Please and
Let's
thank
go,
you.
please and thank you.
And once I sort out this salesman, I'll get on Rosie Nichols and I'll ride over.
You'll ride Rosie Nichols into the sunset.
just hear my horse go. Normal
Great.
Rosie sounds.
Okay, so you're going to storm over to this.
Yeah.
Well, good morning to you, sir. Well, getting on for afternoon, I think.
Excuse me, sir.
You've taken an interest in my Craven's old decoction.
Craven's old decoction
That's right.
or Craven's stolen concoction?
Beg your pardon?
Because I myself am a seller of elixirs just like you, and you seem to have an extremely similar recipe to me. The grease of a cat, I
Yes.
sell the slime of a kitten.
Well, that's just preposterous.
The juice of a beetle, I sell the tears of a ladybird.
Kittens don't have slime. They have grease.
No, it's slime!
Well, then yours is artificial.
No, not one bit of my my concoction is in any way artificial. It's all official.
Give me some of that.
You give me some of yours.
Fine. And we'll see whose is the better. Are you the person the Reverend was on about?
No, I haven't met no reverend.
He warned me that were I to set up in my stall here and start selling, I'd run into some trouble, but I can't imagine what he meant. I didn't realize they already had a artificial version of whatever I am.
Well, the doctor said a similar thing about how I should be warned not to sell my elixirs because there's already a artificial version of whatever I am.
Is that so? He said that?
Yes.
An artificial version of whatever you are. He said that.
That's what he said.
I don't believe you.
He said that's exactly what he said.
This is like a meat cute. It's lovely.
All right, then. Well, I'll drink your brine concoction.
And I'll drink your gutter shit.
Drinks it. Well, it's quite obvious you've combined sarsaparilla with alcohol.
And this is obviously just similar things.
Well, that's where you're wrong, because I've combined sarsaparilla with laudanum.
Oh, I see. I see. That's very clever.
Yes, because it's addictive, much more so than alcohol.
We should get into business together.
We absolutely should.
Here's my card.
Here's mine.
Lovely meeting you.
Here's you as well. Lionel Craven. Albuquerque.
Dr. Quack Quack. Dr. Quack Quack. Quack Quack. That's my middle name. Quack Quack.
Quack quacker.
My name is Dr. Quack Quack Doctor. Lovely meeting you.
Dr. Quack quacker doctor.
I've got
Game recognized game.
to get out of here quick, but I'll
I gotta get out of here quick, quack quacker.
Quick,
Quack quacker, we must go.
I'll send you a message.
Yes. Well, good.
Rosie Nichols! Rosie comes, presumably.
Crashing into one of the.
Huge hoofs on that horse.
Oh, the hooves are massive! They're like big plates, like big dinner plates at the bottom of her feet. And she smashes through.
You're lucky she won't watch this.
Someone will clip it and send it.
Any resemblance to horses living or dead. So you lot are already riding off into the
Riding
sunset.
off.
Okay, where are you going again?
I'm following.
We're going down the tracks to where the train was.
Oh, right, great, yes. So you head off out of town along the train tracks, and it takes you quite a while, so like, it's probably like 20 minutes, but eventually you get to Bloodstone Pass. And you're near the foot of the pass where the tracks bend through the hills. And sure enough, first of all, there's this smell. And it's because it's hot now, really windless, stale air. And there's this horrible smell of gore, of like hot flesh, blood. And you can hear the flies are already buzzing in their masses. And as you turn the corner, you can see there is a 3-car train lying partially derailed from the tracks. It looks like it was, besides the engine, a passenger car, a fortified express goods car, and a mail car. The mail car is still sort of upright, but the other two have fallen over. There are bodies eviscerated on the rocks and on the floor. And the carriage is sort of open on its side. You realise you could probably go through it if you wanted to, or at least have a look. What do you do?
What should we do, Profanity? They're all dead.
Lord. Well, we came all this way.
To take his name in vain, but this is something else.
They didn't even describe it the way it really is.
This is truly horrible.
Where would the money be?
I sort of guide Marion, the horse, up and down, just sort of trying to peer in any windows and.
Well, there's clearly signs of an explosion. They've obviously used sort of gunpowder charges to blow it off the rails.
Probably be like a carrot, like a luggage cart kind of vibe.
Yeah. Well, you would probably recognise the second carriage, which is the fortified express goods car, is where they keep that sort of thing. But you also see how mutilated the bodies are. Like, they are dismembered and torn apart and disemboweled, beheaded, and it's horrific. So you can all, actually, because you probably all see this, you can all give me spot hidden rolls first of all.
I don't want to see anything.
I'm just seeing it, young man.
I want to see it.
That would be.
Oh, man.
You see it.
Oh, I see it.
I failed. 23 over 65, so success.
20 over 25.
I went
over
up close.
60, so I see nothing.
It's a hard success.
How did you do?
Oh, am I there?
Yeah.
You
You
were
probably
quite
got it right. You weren't that. It wasn't that long a conversation.
Yeah. Oh, 65 on a 35, so I fail. I don't see nothing.
So you two notice that there are these. Firstly, you notice that there aren't that many whole bodies. But more disturbingly, you see there are telltale signs that bodies have been dragged away up into the hills. So you realise that this isn't all the passengers.
Some of them, they were taken away.
It seems to me that this isn't everybody that was on this train.
There's tracks, blood leading up into the hills.
And with your successful spot hidden, you also notice a few of the bodies are sort of whole, but they look completely dried out, like they've been drained. They're like, the skin's like really crinkled up on their bodies, and they look like they've been dead for years, as if something's come along and sucked them dry. God. But because of the gore and horror of everything you've seen, everyone's going to be doing sanity rolls, but you two are going to have worse consequences if you fail.
Oh, that's a big old fail. That's a 72 on a 40.
I
Fail.
want this number. This is a 14, isn't it?
Yeah, you usually
Succeed. 40.
You lose
Yeah.
a sanity point anyway.
Fine.
I succeeded.
You
I
lose
rolled
a
54 under 75.
You lose a sanity point.
Lovely.
You failed, and you failed.
Yes.
Fantastic. So we'll start with Sullivan, who's just seen the horror of this horrible incident. And you lose 4 sanity points.
Bloody hell.
Yes. They're horrifically mangled human corpses, which it says right here is 1d4 plus 1. Can't argue with me.
I believe it.
But, oh dear, you only need to lose 3 more, don't you? That's 2. I'm not making it up, that's what I rolled, is 2. Cuckoo! Cuckoo!
There she goes.
I don't want to play this game no more.
Good night, sweet prince.
Good night. So pretty.
So
Critically
pretty. At least he's pretty, right?
You kind of hear this whistling in your head, like tinnitus. Like you suddenly can't concentrate, like you're starting to dissociate. And everything is becoming very dreamlike around you. And then you see the train coming around the corner. Woo, woo. And it's dark suddenly. And you're alone. Woo, woo. And then and the train boom, boom, slides off the tracks. And then you hear this noise, this sort of groaning from the hills. And then these figures come out of the shadows and start going, they get into the carriage and come down through the windows, and you hear the screaming and the banging and the slashing and gunfire. And then you see this shape just descending through the sky, this huge black shape just and then you're suddenly back where you are, and you look up, and on one of the sort of steep hills next to you, this buzzard just settles down, and it's sort of looking at you. You're convinced it's watching you. It seems like super intelligent. It's like it knows something. It knows why you're here. It knows what you're up to. And you start to wonder, like, was this all Leroy and Annie? Is this their work? Did they do this? Did they betray you? Did they kill all these people? What have you got yourself into? And any of these could turn on you at any minute as well. You can't trust anyone.
Peter just starts intermittently screaming, followed by periods of going mute and sitting down in the sand like this and rocking back and forth. And then he gets up and screams towards the hills. None of you can really see what he's screaming at, but he's screaming at this buzzard, I guess.
Peter.
Oh, Peter.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You're all evil. You're all devils. I saw a man with no
You
jaw.
must calm down. Peter, doctor.
Peter's
have
not
you got
calming
something
down.
you can give Peter?
Yes,
you must have something you can give Peter. A tincture, a tonic, a hit over the back of the head. I don't mind what it is.
God.
Of course.
Oh, God.
Peter, just...
Peter, look at me. Peter, it's okay.
I'm happy to let that ride, yeah.
I'm happy to be knocked out.
Yeah, so you...
No contest from me having to do screaming
You knocked the kid
acting.
unconscious. The screaming stopped.
So you knew that prescription as well.
I've prescribed that to many men before. Now let's get in and get out before anyone else turns up here, and then let this make like the wind and get out of this town.
Good idea.
So we're going to go to the. I'm going to go to the lock car, the kind of security car, and see if if it's completely untouched, if anything is popped open while it's rolled. I'm assuming it rolled with the train. So.
It looks like you could get into it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go in.
Yeah. So you go inside, and there are 2 bodies in here. and you recognise them instantly as Annie Dubois and Leroy Daniel.
I found Leroy and Annie.
Oh,
So they didn't betray us.
Well, unless it went terribly for them in the process.
They also look like they've been
Eviscerated.
sucked dry.
Oh God.
No, I wouldn't say that Leroy and Annie betrayed us. I think Leroy and Annie are just as much victims as everybody else in this tragic scene.
Well, let's pick up the money. Let's see what we can find.
absolutely. And I'm very gingerly stepping around everything and trying not to look too closely at the bodies of these people that I knew that are now dead. And like, I guess I don't know what the inside of this particular carriage looks like, but opening drawers or
Yeah, it's like, I imagine there's like big trunks,
yeah.
and yeah, they're full of dollar bills.
So we open the trunk and it's just full of dollars. And
Oh my.
my hand goes to my satchel and just says, I think we did it, Hancock. I think we've done it. We'll find you somewhere good. We'll buy you somewhere good with all of this.
There's one last thing we need to do once we get this money.
What's that?
We need to find Evan.
Oh, I forgot about him.
He's down at the Rosebury.
Poor little kid.
Yeah.
Why don't we take this, bury it
That's a good idea. Keep it safe.
out in the Badlands, and then we can go and find Evan.
He's down at the ranch.
We can give him his prescription.
Yes. I think we're on the same page. I think we bury this now.
What page is that?
Well, we just need to make sure that the Evan problem is solved.
We're just gonna speak to Evan and convince
speak
him.
to Evan.
We're gonna convince him that maybe
fine.
he should never open his mouth again.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, of
Or
course.
his eyes, or his mind.
Pardon?
Sorry.
Well, so let's get to the business of burying.
Yeah, let's get in the business of burying. It's good practice for later.
Is there a good... Should we bury it around here? I guess.
I think round here's
Is it too obvious?
how big are these trunks? Basically, do we think we can drag them?
You could probably carry like, it's probably one between two.
On the horses.
Oh, I suppose if you were putting them in sacks, yeah, you could probably take a trunk's worth each and 2 sacks over the back of the horse.
Nice. Okay. I think we'll do that.
And then we'll go a little ways away and
Yeah.
try and bury it.
Try and bury it.
I guess we just sling Tilly over the back of the
I
horse.
will,
Yeah.
I will,
Also just
I will guide
hit the
Lady
back.
Bits.
Yeah.
Just I'm kind of still
leaning-
passed out, but I just say, guide my lady bits. Guide my lady bits to their destination.
But make sure you don't pull too hard on my lady bits.
She don't like that.
I'm conscious on your lady bits. So when you go to bury these, are you going closer back, sort of through to the other side of town, closer to town, sort of north up into the hills, or?
I don't think we should risk riding all the way back through town to
No, sir. Too many eyes.
too many eyes to see too full a sack on the back of the lady bits. We shouldn't go up into the hills because that's where whoever committed this particular atrocity seems to have gone.
Yep.
Do you think this was the Roseberries?
I did not.
Do they
get it.
not have a ranch up in the
They do.
hills, up the pass?
Is that where the ranch is? Up the hills?
Because you've seen the map. Yeah, it's sort of between town and sort of the actual French Peak. So it's
This pass leads that way though, because
yeah. So it leads kind of like, if you're like in the pass where it's like the steepest parts, the train obviously goes to Bloodstone, and then there's land sort of north of there that's like good land,
Right.
and then that also leads up into the mountains as well.
Yeah, so they're not far. They're not far from the hills. No.
well, the alternative plan is that we bury this here, and then we obfuscate the burial
Yep.
in some way, shape, or form. My suggestion might be that we pile some of these poor unfortunates on top.
That's a good shout.
Or we ride out a little bit further into the Badlands and bury it.
I think we bury it here. What do you think?
My only concern is if people come and find these poor folk, and the disturbances mean it's harder for us to get back and to bury. But I don't know that we have a better idea, especially if the Roseberries are involved in this atrocity as it is. The same way they came after us in the bank.
My big worry is those Pinkerton agents. Once they're patched up, they're going to be wanting to come back out here with force.
That's true. Unless we give them a bigger problem to worry about. What if we get them to have a look at these roseberries? Could be helpful.
Could be, by gosh.
Maybe if we tell them that they might have been involved in the attack, then suddenly we got 2 problems solved.
Oh, a distraction.
What?
That's what
Yeah.
you're playing.
What
do you think, Till? Oh, wait. Sorry.
God, don't grab my lady bits. She don't like to be stroked like that.
Okay. In that case.
Feed her a sugar.
So you're burying them here.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
So it takes a while because you have to dig deep enough and you want to do a good job of it. So you bury these sacks of cash. And now what do you want to do? Let's say a couple of hours have passed, it's getting
I think
on.
we tip the trunks out so that they've been ransacked outside the train, and then pull a bunch of the corpses
Set dressing.
like over the top of where we've buried, so it doesn't look like the land has churned, maybe.
Yeah. Nice. And then
Spread a bit of the blood over that particular bit so you can't see that soil's been disturbed in the same way.
I could do with a drink. I'm not gonna lie. Perhaps we should head back into town and reset before we go looking for Evan.
Well, we need to go find those Pinkerton agents first of all. So let's go back into the town anyway. Is Tilly, are you back
Conscious by
yes?
now, I'd have thought, yeah.
Are you all right, Peter?
I mean, I'm insane now, right?
Yeah, but it's now underlying insanity, so it's just sort of like
You have
bubbling away on
flare-ups.
its surface, yeah. If you lose any more sanity, you'll have another Batman.
Right, okay.
But yeah, and you might be subject to delusions.
I think I'm okay.
You don't think?
Dad, I mean Doctor. I think I'm okay. I just stay with my lady bits and hopefully I'll recover sooner if I'm riding my lady bits.
Yeah, just, when in doubt, lie back and think of your lady bits. That'll keep you grounded.
She always keeps me grounded.
So where do you head to?
Do we head to town?
Yeah.
Find the Pinkerton agents?
We're going to tell them about the roseberries.
Yeah. And
Well, the last I was with them, they were at the doctor's office, and it didn't look good. So
let's see.
The only issue with going to the Pinkertons now is that we tell them they knew that the cash was still here.
Well, we tell them we found it was ransacked.
something could have
Taking all
happened.
the money.
Somebody could have gone up there. It didn't have to be us.
Didn't have to be us.
But then we have to explain why we were there.
Oh, we need a plan for yes.
Oh,
We
that's
really
a really
have
good
made
point.
our
We
own
do
bed.
need to
I
explain
do
why
have
we
I do
need
have
it.
75 intelligence. I'm not just
Yeah, you're not
Hands
just
and
a priest.
face.
What if we concoct a plan? You're very good at talking to people, Doctor.
yeah.
Doctor.
You're
So
good at
what if
concoctions.
Tilly here is your mute son once more,
Mm-hmm.
muted anew
Yep.
by the horrific sight that you saw at the train.
Mm-hmm.
Myself and our friend over here, also mute
I beg your pardon?
from having seen such horrific sights, and you were the only one who kept your wits about you.
Yeah. So what's my story?
That's for you to work out. I've done my part.
Your plan so far is that none of you talk.
Sounds like a perfect plan to me.
But you're so good at talking.
No, we can all talk. We
You're
can all
real
do
good at talking, though.
it. We can do it. I believe in you, Peter. I believe in you.
Maybe. We never came out of town.
No, sir.
Because we know about the robbery, but we bump into you.
Yep.
Hear the story, and we're taking you back to the Pinkerton agents.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, great.
Miss Jane, that is a fine plan.
Why were we telling anyone the truth?
And you know what? Oh, yeah, I can work with that. I can work with it.
So
I'm a bad liar.
You were still a mule.
Okay, good.
you ride back into town, and you're looking for the Pinkertons, right?
Yep.
So you probably go to the doctor's, but there's no one in. The saloon's got a bit busier, sort of like post-lunch, I guess. It's probably even a bit later than that now, because you've been digging and burying and traveling back. But you do find the doctor is in the saloon. That's where he is. And he's not drinking. He's just sat there at the bar, talking to one of the proprietors. And there's a few other people in the saloon as well. And there's more people on the street now. It's not a bustling town by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah. And the doctor probably turns and sees you and says, hello. Oh, yes, hello. Nice.
Doctor, this is Doctor. I don't know if you two...
We met.
We met earlier. This doctor here patched me right up, and I'm feeling much better, thank you, Doctor.
Well, I'm glad for it. And, yes.
Did you have any success with our fellows?
Yes, they seem to be... the gentleman seems to be doing a lot better, for sure. I was just having a word with Dorothy here about the potential of helping them rest if she had a spare room. Luckily she does. So they're just upstairs now, recuperating.
Would it be all right if we went up and spoke to them? We just want to see how they're doing, and also I went and saw the train that they came from, and it was a horrific sight.
Horrific, you say?
Yes, sounded terrible.
It was awful. I didn't stay too long. I couldn't watch it.
Dorothy suddenly leans across the bar and goes, "Are you going to be buying a drink or what? 4 whiskeys?
Yeah, 4 whiskeys.
4 whiskeys.
How about it? How much is that?
However many dollars that makes sense to be. It's time and place.
Let's say $5.
Woo!
It's really expensive. It's really
Probably be a
expensive.
couple of coins.
$1.
You pay them.
I pay her.
$50.
Just to stop her moaning.
And you take your drinks, and the doctor says, "Come sit with me over here for a moment. I've got something I need to ask you." You'll sit down. He says, "You know they are Pinkerton agents, right? Did you know that?"
That's what.
They told us when we found them.
Right. Only, now you're saying you've seen the train.
Doctor has seen the train.
Yeah.
I only heard about it. It sounds horrid.
You told me that your boy
And it was all him.
had such a fright of the train that he fell and hit his head. Now he's gone a little bit doolally.
Yeah.
It bothers me a great deal because they've also said that they saw some strange things down at that train. And I didn't believe them because I thought it was concussion speaking. And it just seems odd that there's so many out-of-towners all of a sudden. And everyone in town's been acting strange today too. I think I can trust you with this. I wouldn't say this to anyone in town. But I've told them upstairs in the hope that they might be able to do something. I think I've found the problem this town's having.
What is it?
Have any of you had a drink of the whiskey?
I wouldn't touch the whiskey.
I haven't touched it because I was scared earlier.
Haven't had
I drank it.
You've drank
I don't.
I drank it with the roseberry man.
I don't
With
drink the whiskey.
wine.
Yes.
I don't touch alcohol.
You glugged it down.
Unless would it make sense to have had time? Because I might have just had a little sip. But I don't know if
during that time you could have done.
Most people, most people would drink probably.
Right, I've probably had a couple of sips.
But you haven't.
No, because I was freaked out earlier.
Yeah,
I don't drink
you
alcohol.
heard about the whiskey.
Yeah, the doctor
I drank the lemonade.
intimated
I will
something
not drink
about
the alcohol.
Yeah.
He says, this rot gut whiskey comes from the roseberries. So does all the food in town. Not just grain, but meat. And I'm convinced now there's something wrong with people. They've got a pallor. Sometimes people act strangely, like they're not really with it. And I think there's something wrong. And worse than that, I think the Roseberries know, and I think they're doing it for a reason. Anyway, the Pinkertons agreed they'd have a look into it. I don't know much about this robbery that happened, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's got something to do with it as well. Anyway, the Roseberries, everyone's terrified of them in this town. They might say they like them, but everyone's scared. I wouldn't dare say this to someone in the town because no doubt they'd sell me on to them and that'd be that. So, I guess what I'm asking is, this might be my only chance, what with 2 Pinkertons and you 4, to say, maybe you could do something about it. Maybe there's enough of you, because you won't find any help in this town, not from anyone here. Everyone's far too scared.
We have good reason to want rid of the Roseberries as well. I think we have a mutual agreement here. We'll try and solve this Roseberry problem. I didn't get a good feeling from them either. If they were anything to do with this robbery, they're monsters.
Makes me worried as well because of what Wyndham says. It's not just prospectors that went missing over the last however many years. It's been all sorts. People put down to, they got lost in the hills, or they had an accident, or maybe they just up and left. But what if, I don't know, what if something else is going on? I'm sounding paranoid, but certainly there's something not right. The Roseberries have always had power over this town. The youngest brother, Linus, he runs the Assay office. He's made sure they get all the best land. No one else has a look in. You either work for the Roseberries or you don't. And if you get on the wrong side of them, well, let's say they're not above using violence. I don't know why they've left me alone, but they do. But I've warned your friend out there who's selling his tonics. They won't like it. They don't like anyone bringing in any product that they don't have control over. My drugs and medicines are the only things they tolerate. I don't know why. I don't know why they tolerate the preacher either, but they do.
Thank you for this.
And obviously, if anyone asks, I'd rather you said you never met me.
I will happily keep that promise.
And he gets up and he says, well then, I'll leave it to you. And if it does come to blows, and they're not fatal, well, I'll be happy to patch you up. But I would lay off the whiskey and anything else they produce for the time being.
Delicious.
Should we go up to the Pinkertons and chat to them, try and recruit them, and fucking have a big firefight? I want us to have a big shootout.
I want a shootout. A shootout is a fucking shootout.
Just as you say that, you suddenly get this flashback to the night before and someone going, Roseberries! Because it happens again. Someone bursts into the saloon, boom, boom! And it's Wyndham. And he goes, Roseberries! It's Roseberries! And everyone suddenly like gets down under the table, and you hear this clunk, 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 and the dust comes billowing in, and you hear these raised voices, and through the window you see this guy on a huge horse, big guy, big black beard, and this other guy who's smaller, but he's got this huge scar running down his face, and they're like walking their horses round the snake oil salesman. And he's like talking to them, and they say something, and then he's putting on his show or whatever, and then suddenly this whip comes down and strikes him across the face, and then they start lassoing him up, and you realise they're gonna lynch him, and they begin dragging him up the street, and everyone's just cowering in the saloon watching. What do you all do?
We need to
I
go and get
sort
this.
of get to my feet a little bit and looking out of the window, like try to see what's going on, and looking down at you guys like it's not pleasant.
We need to go and get those Pinkertons right now.
Are they upstairs? What am I from? Are they upstairs? Still don't know.
It's Scottish
Who's
now.
to say? Are they upstairs?
Are they upstairs?
Not a bit much.
It's all a bit much.
I think they're upstairs, yeah.
We might want to move pretty quick. Real quick.
I'm going to run upstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with.
Yeah? What are you two doing?
I'm just looking out the window currently. Yeah.
Oh, little Peter.
Peter, you gotta pull yourself together.
This is me pulling myself together.
Oh, Peter.
So you get upstairs into this one of the bedrooms, and Rousseau is sat next to this pallet bed upon which Tom Sully's lying there, and he's sort of only slightly conscious. Dorothy's husband is here. Not that you know that he's her husband, but it's pretty obvious. And he's sort of half in the doorway holding something, and he sort of turns as you try and bundle in, and he says, "Can I help you?"
Oh, we just need to quickly have a chat with the Pinkerton agents.
I'm the one who helped take them to the doctor, so
Yeah.
I was just checking on their well-being and like to chat to them.
Pinkertons?
That's their surname, isn't it?
Yes,
The couple,
the Pinkertons.
Mr. and Mrs.
That's
Pinkerton.
their surname.
Oh, yeah, I see. That makes sense. Oh, well, if you know them, feel free. He's only barely conscious, but I gave him a good slug of whiskey. Hopefully he'll be all right. It'll fortify him a bit. Some sort of commotion.
How much whiskey did you give the fella?
A good slug.
A good slug. Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, good sir. I appreciate you. Shall we?
Yeah.
And he goes out and goes back downstairs. So now you're in the room, and Rousseau looks up at you and she says, apparently there's trouble outside. I heard commotion.
Yes, the salesman outside seems to be unwelcome in this town.
She gets up and starts walking to the window. Oh my God. Oh my God, what are they doing to him?
Come away from the window for one quick moment. This is my associate, Doctor.
What's happening?
Listen, I think I know what's going on. I went down to that train which you were on.
Yes.
Oh,
the train, yes, I remember. Oh God, yes, the train.
By the time I got there, all the money was gone, but the horrific sight I saw matches what I was told you passed on to my friends. Now, I need your help. I don't know about your other agent here, but if you could help us, we think the Roseberries are behind this. They're an important family in this town. They control everything.
Everything.
And they may be poisoning things like even the whiskey that your other agent drank. May well be poison. Did you drink any of that whiskey?
No, I don't think so.
I would strongly suggest you keep it that way. How is your fellow agent?
He's coming to slowly. He is in and out of consciousness a little bit.
When on your travels here, did you anything different with him aside from the gushing blood?
No. You can give me a spot hidden if you like.
All right, I do like.
Not really hidden, but...
It's a massive fail. 84.
Now, mine was a lovely... Oh, wait, hang on.
It's 37.
37. Oh, I thought that was... I read that wrong. That is... Yep, that works. That works for me. It's a success. It's close to a hard success, but it is not. It's just simply success.
You notice they've also left some food on the bedside table. Looks like sort of like a steak. And it's still warm.
Has it been touched?
No. But it's
Sort of like a steak.
Yeah. There's something odd about it.
Okay.
I won't quite put your finger on.
I would advise that just a foot.
That looks odd.
It's a human heart.
Can I go and take a little closer look at it under the guise of going, looking through the window and see if there's anything?
Yep.
Can I intimate anything from this?
Let's have a look at your sheet a second. See what
Yeah.
got available to you. Okay. Yeah, you could give me a natural world roll if you like.
Oh, that's bold. Let's see. Come on, you've got this. He certainly doesn't got this. That is a 74 over 20.
Would you like to push the roll? You could always taste a little bit.
Shall I live on the edge?
Always taste a little.
I'm gonna live on the edge. No, it's right. It's 20. Fuck it. We're only here once.
25. You could spend the luck.
I'm gonna spend 5 luck and have that be a success.
spend luck on a
Oh,
push
oh
roll.
my god! Oh my god! I'm so close. It's 25 over 20.
You only live once.
Oh, it's true.
But so you try a little bit.
Oh, I've already drank the whiskey. I might as well go all in for penny in for $1 a pound.
Very rare steak. This very rare. It doesn't taste like beef. It tastes more like pork.
Oh god.
And then you realise this is human flesh.
Yeah.
This is definitely human flesh.
This pig was long.
This is a long bit of pork.
And I need a sanity roll.
Okay.
You
Okay.
just ate people.
I just ate a little bit of people. Okay, that's absolutely fine. That is 21.
You are fine with that.
You're so
"Do
sane.
you know what? It's not the worst.
I mean, it might not be human.
Better have another bite.
So you gobble up your human flesh. So you still lose a sanity.
That's fine. I've got it to spare.
Meanwhile, downstairs, what's going on out there? Down there. You're looking out the window.
I'm looking out the window and you're rocking quietly
Yeah,
backwards
Tilly
and
the kid's
forwards.
rocking back and forth.
Fine. So you see them haul the guy up over a beam outside one of the buildings, outside the sheriff's, and they haul him up, and they start like cutting him open, and he's screaming. The guy with the scar is like cutting him open, and he's still alive, and he's screaming. It's horrible. And the guy with the big black beard, he turns around, he rides his horse around, and he's bellowing, so everyone you can hear him, and he's saying, "It's been brought to my attention that there are outsiders in this town after we have faced a robbery, an invasion of our security, and anyone who is harboring outsiders in this town will face justice. Let me tell you, tonight things are gonna change around here. Things are gonna change forever." And then he sort of rears up on the horse, and he shouts, "We will be back!" And off he goes. But I'll need a sanity roll for seeing this awful mutilation.
Oh, I'm just so sane. That's a 60 for me. Under 74.
Lovely. What's that for you, Jenny?
56 on my 40.
Lovely. So you lose a sanity point.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Tilly bombs. You lose 4 sanity points.
A little bout of madness.
Lovely little bout of madness.
You get a bout of madness.
And you get Look under your seats.
This could be loads of fun, couldn't
Could it, Dom?
Depends if your name's Dom or Tilly.
Which one of you will be having the fun?
You've developed onychotillomania. Onychotillomania, a compulsive picking at the fingernails.
Oh, horrible.
And so while you're looking out the window, you see this horrific sight. And then you just hear Tilly the Kid just saying, in this low whisper, doesn't really sound like him, suddenly going,
Tonight, it's tonight. You must all be ready. It's all going to happen tonight.
you turn around and he's just pulling at a fingernail.
Peter. I grab his hands. And I'm going to say, we need to get this washed up. Excuse me, sir. And I go to the barman. Have you got a washroom? A washroom, sir.
Horse trough outside at the front.
Come on, Peter. Okay, I'm going to drag Peter outside to the horse trough.
I will be dragged.
And so you're in this kind of like weird fugue where you suddenly feel like you're in a cave and something's talking to you and it's beckoning you, and you feel this urge to go to it. You feel like you want to get to French Peak very urgently. You feel like there's something you need to do. Because you're insane, I'm going to give you an insane insight. By the way, you should have gained some Cthulhu mythos. You should have, how many bouts of madness you had? 2? 3?
2.
So you should have 6 Cthulhu mythos now.
Right.
You suddenly get this feeling like you need to go up there to face whatever's there, but you're going to need something stronger than guns. You're going to need faith. And you remember that Bible. There was something different about that Bible. And he'd said he was brought here in a dream, and he kept talking about your purpose, and you just think to yourself, well, it can't be coincidence. Can it? And as you're there, having your hands washed by Profanity Jane in the horse trough, this shadow falls over you, and you look up, and it's the Reverend, and he says, "Well, that's a nasty injury you got." And he puts his hand on your shoulder.
I think God has spoken to me, Reverend.
Well, I knew he would.
He told me, I have to go. I have to go to the hills to face what's there. To French Pass, there's something, and I need your Bible to do it.
He looks at you very carefully, and he shares a look with you.
I think the heat has got to my friend.
No. The Lord spoke to me.
Well, heat or no, I can always get another Bible.
And he gives you the Bible. And he says,
I've bookmarked my favorite passage. May it bring you some comfort.
and then he looks back up to the horrible mutilated corpse that's now hanging from the beam of the sheriff's office. And he says,
Yes, I think it's time for me to go back east. I think I've seen enough.
and he just turns and starts walking.
I'm going to sit down on the step outside the saloon. Just going to leave Peter to whatever Peter's up to. And I'm just going to turn my satchel around and just open up the flap slightly just so I can see into it. and see the kind of the bleached white thing that is in there, and just say, "We're so close, Hancock. We're so close. But these guys we're up against are dangerous. They're violent. I never expected them when I took to this, trying to find a fortune so I could give you the proper burial, the honor that you needed, that we would come up against this. But if I succeed, well, I can lay you to rest, and if not, I guess I'll be seeing you very soon. I'll see you soon, my love." And just close the thing.
Excellent. So, meanwhile, upstairs, you guys are, having this awful time. And then Rousseau says, I think we need to do something. We can't just let this stand. What's the sheriff going to do about it? Look, he's coming out. And you look out the window and the deputy's getting the sheriff out of the sheriff's office and pointing, and they're obviously having some sort of argument. And the sheriff looks so tired and just exhausted, and he just shakes his head, and he just puts his head in his hands, and he sits on the step, and he's just like, clearly like broken. He looks completely broken, but the deputy's like fired up.
Can I hear this?
Yeah. You can give me a listen roll if you like to see if you can make out what they're saying.
Listen. It's a fail. The roll 68 is my listen is 20.
The deputy certainly seems more energized than the sheriff. The sheriff is just sort of muttering under his breath, but the deputy's like, we have to do something. We can't just let this stand. The law, sir, the law.
I think I'm going to walk over and try and intercede.
Yeah.
Just say, well, what's going on here, sir? Why did none of you run out here when this poor man was being strung up in the street?
The sheriff looks up and he says,
You don't understand.
I do understand. I understand lily-liveredness when I see it.
We're so weak. I'm so weak. When did this happen? When did I get so old? I can't even raise my gun anymore.
Any other towns in these parts, and people will be rounding up a posse to head out there and deal with those Roseberries. They are not the law in this town, sir. What is that star on your chest for?
He looks down at it, and he takes it, and he just throws it into the dust, and he says,
If you want it so bad, if you can find a posse, badge is yours.
I kneel down and pick it up. And
I just want to die a peaceful death. My God.
And he just almost crawls back into the sheriff's office, and the deputy turns to you and he says, He's been on drink for too long.
Well, this town is in desperate need of somebody who understands the rule of the law. And I think I'm looking at him.
You're right. Not just for myself or for the sheriff, but for this town, for these United States.
We need to round up every able-bodied man and woman in this place to take down them Roseberries. Otherwise, it could be you strung up in the street next. It could be the poor doctor over there in his office strung up in the street for giving out the wrong sort of tonic or tincture.
A posse it is then. But the sheriff is right. The town is weak. But with you and the others, maybe we stand a chance.
Maybe we do. Under your leadership.
He takes the badge and he nods and he says, All right then. And he starts striding over to the saloon.
Fucking idiot.
I'm out of here.
Dun, 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 dun. Upstairs in the saloon, Rousseau says, Shh, the deputy's coming over. Are we going to form a posse? Is this going to be a posse?
We're gonna have to. It's the only way.
Somebody's got to.
Do we think we'll have lady bits in the posse?
Jesus
Depends
Christ.
if Lady Bits wants to go to the hills.
And she says, well, I suppose it's now, tonight or never. At which point, Tom Sully just sits bolt upright in bed. And his eyes are completely white. And he says, it is tonight. It has to be tonight. Join me. And then he just collapses again. Sanity rolls for you two.
Oh,
and
God,
poor old Agent Russo.
No, that one wasn't fun for me. That is 87.
Join me, join me, join me.
87 over 70.
I've remarkably succeeded there. 27.
You lose a sanity point. And you lose 2 sanity points. How close are you guys to
Rookie
I am-
numbers. You guys need to get these numbers.
Yeah, you want to be getting, you want to be
rolling
old
eights?
Peter Tilley's world.
I've lost 14 sanity
I've
points.
lost 4.
I've lost 5, 3 more, and I'll.
Oh, is that,
I'll lose
that's
insane,
how many
that's good.
is before I go insane?
Yeah,
So,
14,
so I've got to lose
insane.
10 more before I go insane, so I'm okay.
Indefinitely.
Oh, if
insane.
I was on yours, I would
I
have.
started on 70.
Oh, yes.
I'm now down to 66. 66.
So, yeah, 10 more for you. You're fine.
Sure.
You'll get through this. Well, it won't be the sanity.
It's the
Your mind will get
state
through it.
of
Yeah, it's the body.
yeah,
that might,
yeah.
the mind is willing, but the flesh is weak.
And so the deputy starts rounding up this posse, but like everyone's like really, really tired and weak. But some people like agree to come along. I guess, are you guys going along?
Yeah.
How
we need to
compelled
go.
am I by this vision?
How what?
How compelled am I by this vision?
I'd say, given that you're insane,
Yeah.
yes, very compelled.
Fully.
Well, it kind of makes sense, I guess, to maybe to go along for now.
Yeah.
But
It's
to
on the
kind
way.
Yeah, okay. So I'm kind of thinking about it as I'm riding my lady bits over there.
Yeah.
Whenever we start riding.
Let's see. You've got
Us four.
you got Gil Buchanan, the deputy sheriff.
Yeah.
We've got Rousseau.
You've got Agent Russo. You've got you guys.
4 of us.
Or six-person posse.
Is
Good,
Wyndham gonna
good,
come?
good. How big's a posse?
I think 6 people is pretty good for a posse.
How many people can you fit in a posse?
Infinite.
That's Popes in a Volkswagen.
When's a posse become an army?
The blacksmith's going to come.
Ooh,
Who
strong
you
arms.
haven't met the blacksmith, but he's
Strong
coming.
arms.
They'll come in handy.
But how
I think
many
the
Roseberry
doctor's
are there?
coming.
We don't know.
The doctor's coming.
coming. Oh, very nice.
Oh no, but what if he dies?
We'll
We're all
protect
gonna
him.
die.
Yeah, I'm going to protect him in my
We'll form a
life.
protective
We're
circle
all
around
gonna
him.
die.
And there's also he comes out of the general store. Quite a tall Navajo man who hears what's going on, and he nods and he says, "Well, it's about time we got rid of those roseberries. Haven't seen that for years.
Oh, God.
But no one ever wants to come to the general store and talk to me about it. Guess I wasn't foreshadowed enough. Never mind." So he's
You've
coming.
been talking about this guy.
Yeah.
What have we been up to?
Who's at the back? And who's at the front? And who's in the middle?
I'll happily be at the front.
Okay.
Okay, in the middle.
I'll be with my fake dad, probably.
I'll be at the back.
Okay.
Yeah, you're reluctant to be going into a fight, sure.
Yeah. In my head, being slightly further back is better. So,
Do we feel like doctors
So-
at the back?
You're all riding out of town, the dust's billowing up, the sun is setting, and you hear from behind you these footsteps running after you. You turn and look.
over my shoulder, yeah.
You see the prospector. He's staggering up, and he's sort of waving a half-drunk bottle of whiskey, and then he's sort of waving like this, and you can see tears running down his face. What do you do?
How are we moving fast?
A good trot. Yeah.
A good try. Okay. I'm gonna sort of pull Marion around and go from a distance, sort of just say, "Are you coming with us? You all right there?"
And he looks down. he sort of goes,
Beg pardon?
and then he looks up at you and his eyes are completely white. And he goes, Yog Sothoth! And bursts into flames.
Oh my god.
Sanity roll for you.
Actually, that seems perfectly normal, actually.
Yeah.
I think that's something that he's seen plenty in
would have
his
seen that
music
before,
school.
It was a mighty hot day.
Oh, you've been drinking a lot of booze.
God. Yeah, look. 82.
It ain't bad,
It could be worse.
but it's a fail.
But
still.
it is a fail.
You lose 4 sanity points.
He's getting closer. That
Only
confidence.
6 now. Only 6.
And I think, your involuntary reaction is to just rear up and just catch up with the others.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
can't believe what you've seen.
Yeah.
And you probably look back a few times and you can see him on his knees just slowly burning up until he's just this blackened corpse just keels over. No one else seems to have noticed it at all.
Yeah, you hear that?
No one can hear you over the... Can I have... Can I have luck rolls from everyone?
It is my luck. I
I've
haven't
got
even looked.
bad luck already.
Oh yeah, I've got bad luck.
Such bad luck, but I have passed. Yes, 27.
Oh my god, I've
30.
passed as well. 14.
I'm a shaken man, so I haven't. 76.
You got the best luck out of everyone.
Yeah.
I rolled 93 and I have 65 luck.
And you failed as well.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So you're riding along and I'm going to need either jump or ride rolls.
I'll do ride.
Let's ride.
So I can ride.
Hard success.
I'll do jump.
A hard success. Can I push
Can
the roll?
I use luck to make this a hard success?
Yeah.
Then I'm going to spend 2 of my luck and make that a dead on the money hard success.
Great.
I
think
rolled.
I'm
I
just gonna
rolled
have to push the roll.
12.
Okay, yeah. So I'll tell you what you see.
That was my jump. By the way.
Up ahead of you, you suddenly see just this bear trap just go over one of the horses ahead of you, and someone falls off their horse, probably. It's going to be the blacksmith. He just straight off his horse as the horse goes down. What did you roll? Jump.
Yeah, jump and a hard success.
Like the ground gives way underneath you, and you can suddenly see these wooden, sharpened wooden spikes underneath, and the horse goes down into it, and you leap from the horse, and you drop, and you roll, and you manage to survive. The horse doesn't. And
I just have to push my roll.
how are you going to push this?
I think I initially try and rear the horse up, and she's not behaving. So he's not behaving. I dig my heels in, and I just say, "Please and thank you." And that's even worse. That's a fail.
And it's a fail.
74.
It's a fail on a pushed roll.
Yeah,
I think what happens is you rear the horse. The horse, bucks, and you lose your grip on the horse, and you fall, and you fall dead onto this bear trap. It comes around your leg. Son of a lady! Oh, you lucky. You only lose 2 hit points.
Wow.
That's
God.
really not bad.
It's
Huge.
really not bad at all. Considering
I think it must have just got my toes.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
boots are very thick.
Oh,
Yeah, thick boots, and you managed to, it's like pierced you a bit, but you managed to, you can probably pry yourself out without too much fuss. Rips a bit. You realise the whole place is booby-trapped, but then you get up to the main ranch house, and it's a dark-looking wooden house, L-shaped. The upper floor is sort of like there's a window in the eaves, so it's obviously built into the eaves of the building. But there's not a sign of them. It's quiet. Very quiet.
And take a moment to just bandage my leg roughly with a rip a bit of skirt off, and then
Do you have good first
Time it
aid?
up. I have 30 in first aid, so.
Do you want me to try? I've got 50. I am clinically insane though.
Yeah, I mean, let's go for it. You can't be worse than our other doctor, so.
Yeah, I've got nothing.
I got
I've the same
55.
Oh,
But
maybe you should.
I'm grooming my horse though, so.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Can I help you, little
Peter,
lady?
could you help me out with tying this knot,
Of
please?
course, you've helped me so much during my episodes.
Marion.
44?
Oh,
44.
Smashed it.
Nice.
That's a success.
So you gain a hit point back.
Oh, lovely.
Lucky
Thank
you.
Yeah, I'm in it more just trying to make sure I could walk straight.
Yeah. Well, that's good. It seems like you're ready to be unscathed, actually. I wonder if nobody seems like they're home. Do the Roseberries know that we're even doing this? I don't think they would. So maybe me and you, Peter, we go to the door like we don't know nothing's going on. They're expecting us anyway. And then everybody else hide and we can rush them.
That's not a bad idea.
That sounds like a fine plan.
Makes sense. I'll take my Bible just in case.
Absolutely.
And my guns.
What do you mean, the Bible?
Don't worry about it.
That's great. You got yourself a Bible. I told the Roseberries, told Linus that we were believers.
Yes. I am a believer. God spoke to me
Oh, did he now?
out there in the horse trough. He spoke to me.
From the horse trough?
Was he in the horse trough?
No, he was in wherever
your brain.
wherever God is.
Oh, dear Lord. Mary and
What did he
Joseph.
say?
He told me to go to the French Peak and take the Bible and face what was there.
Okay. You know what? This has been a strange day.
It surely has.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's something in that. Let's do this, and I promise we'll go to the French Peak afterwards.
Okay, thanks, Dad. I mean, Doctor.
All we need to be doing here is finding Evan. Making sure that he don't blab no more, and then we can leave these people in this town
You're right.
to its own fate. They made their bed with the Roseberries, and I think we should let them lie in it. And we should be digging up while we bury it and making it out of here.
You're right, but at this point, this goes so much deeper. I think we need to burn the trail, but not just Evan. We need to close this door.
You do that.
Speaking of burning things, how about we knock on the door, we start talking to them. We don't go in just straight away. You guys hide. One of you set a fire in the house, in the side of the house. Set the house on fire, distract them 2 ways, but you be waiting in another area. And then we can all converge on them in different ways. They got too many problems to solve at one time.
Sheriff, do you think that's a good idea?
It sounds like a plan. Sure.
Well, let's go with that then.
Let's do that. If you guys set the fire while we talk to them, and then make sure you're in another area, so as soon as they get there, they're confused. We could do this. We could do this.
So let me get this straight. You're going up to the door.
Yeah,
The 4 of yous.
just us 2. They're expecting us.
Cause I was.
Yes. All right.
We're gonna start a fire.
Right. Well, we'll try and circle the house. Spread out a bit.
That'd be great.
Just watch out for any more traps.
Oh shit, that sounds like foreboding. Foreshadowing that.
The guy
okay.
told us about traps, didn't he,
Yeah,
when we
he
spoke
did.
to him?
He said all the trail was booby
Guess
trapped.
maybe we can try and just keep an eye out for it.
So you walk up to the front door.
No problem.
Sorry.
As you knock, the door just goes.
I need to remember that I'm mute.
Yeah, but just say it's a miracle if you do start talking.
Good idea.
And the door opens into a wide open sitting room with a fireplace. There's a staircase on one side, all wooden. It looks like there's something soaked into the wood, old dry stains all across the floor. And there's signs of violence in here. There's like broken bottles. There's all these bowls full of like old bones that haven't been cleaned up. And there are flies. There's so many big fat meat flies just in the air. They land on you. And horse flies. It smells really, really sweet in here.
Mr. Roseberry?
With the sun setting, it's getting gloomy and shadowy in here. Orange streaks the sky, but it's very, very dark in here.
Linus?
You hear a clatter from the other side through into the kitchen. This sort of clang clock.
I'm gonna very tentatively, with like, I suppose with a shotgun, how would you keep a shotgun on you?
On your back.
On your back,
Sling it
yeah.
over your shoulder, yeah.
I might just bring it round like this, just in case, just to be, I'll see if I can talk my way out of it. And just keep it there as I make my way to where the noise was.
Yeah, so you head into the kitchen. There's a large stove with a big pot bubbling away on it. It's still gloomy in here. You can hear it bubbling. And there are these loads of cuts of meat hanging on hooks over this island counter. And can you give me a spot hidden or a dexterity roll?
Okay.
Do I need to do the same?
Yes, if you're following, yes.
It's a 90, so I fail on either.
Oh dear.
57, I pass a dexterity roll.
So you managed to avoid what this bozo has done, which is walk straight into a big pot by the door on the floor, a big bucket that goes clong, and it's full of what looks like some sort of dark liquid that's gellifying, and the flies are really attracted to it as well. Looks like might be blood. And at that noise, a figure on the other side of the kitchen with its back to you stops, perks up and says, "Ambrosius, is that you?" And she turns around. It's this little old lady with a shawl, and she's like working at something with her hands. You can't see because it's behind the counter. And she says, "Oh, yes. Linus said we should be expecting guests."
Yes, I'm Dr. Doctor. Do you know where Linus is at the moment?
"Oh, sure. You're running a little bit late, so they asked me to stay here to let you know. You're gonna come for the prayers, was that right?
That's correct, yes.
And this is your mute son.
Yes.
He told me all about you.
Oh.
They've already gone ahead to get started, but you can join whenever you like. It's Linus, Ambrosius, and Consus. They've all gone up already. And the other children, and of course, Aurora and Luna are with them too. The little children, I sent them to play outside. They've gone up to French Peak, and they've taken our other guest with them. He's a very nice young man called Evan.
Oh, lovely. I can't wait to meet him.
He's a little reluctant to go. I think he was nervous about the hiking, but it's a very pleasant walk up to French Peak, and I can still do it at my age. You're going to have such a lovely time.
Well, would you like to join us, madam?
Oh, I don't mind if I do. That would be a fine thing. Well, let me just get my bag.
And she walks off into the next room, into a dining room. You hear her shuffling around. She comes back with a big carpet bag. She puts over her shoulder. She's about like 4'4". And she takes you by the arm and she says, "Well, shall we?"
We shall.
Yeah.
So we're going to walk out.
What are you doing?
I think I've heard French Peak and I'm already out the door, striding towards Lady Bits and
Okay. And what are you two doing?
Hiding currently around, like, I think we're probably trying to start a fire on the house.
We're around I've got my little glasses that I've taken off and I'm using them against the setting sun to try and magnify some form of fire.
Worst outdoorsman ever in history.
I read about this somewhere.
The deputy comes up and shuffling up to you like this on the floor. Why don't you just use my lighter?
Oh, thank you kindly. Would you mind lighting it for me? Thank you so much.
So you see them come out with this old lady.
We're all gonna go up to French Peak.
You're just saying that.
You're saying loudly.
Yeah, just saying loudly.
So I suppose we'll go to the
We're going to French Peak. Fantastic. I look forward to doing these prayers. Me and my son, we're believers, aren't we? Exactly. We really are. So we're going to go up to French Peak now. That's where we're going. Just telling the Lord.
Oh, I can tell you're a man of deep faith.
I sure am, ma'am.
You're gonna get on so well with my sons.
I thoroughly enjoyed meeting Linus earlier.
Ooh.
He was a charming man.
Wait till you meet my husband as well.
I cannot wait.
Although, I should tell you, I don't tell many people this in case they judge. He ain't the father of my children.
Oh?
But you will be meeting him too.
Judge not, lest ye be judged.
That's what he says.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
Oh, God.
I keep thinking, this person's the scariest person.
Yeah.
Someone else who's the scariest person we've ever met.
Then
I should have left her in the house.
Oh,
She
yeah.
reaches in the
Bird.
carpet bag and says, "Would you like some trail jerky?"
Oh, I'm fine, madam. I've had a very, very big dinner.
What about your son?
No, he's not hungry either.
More for me, I guess.
Absolutely horrible.
So you start walking up to French Peak.
Yep.
You probably, with enough people there, you start getting the fire going. What do you two want to do?
I think we're then we're just gonna set the fire and we're now just gonna follow along.
Yeah, I now don't have my horse.
Because we would
so-
assume that Evan wasn't in the building, I think.
Yeah. I was tempted to try and talk to the detective about Evan, but I don't know how to do that surreptitiously while also following up to the French Peak. I don't know if everyone's going to come with us.
Yeah, well, I think they're going after we probably would have seen, when you said we're all going now,
You'd have heard them.
we would have said, like, sounded like there was only the old lady in the house.
I
The
think
rest of the
I would,
Roseberries must be up the peak.
I would believe that our friends are trying to let us know that that's where we should be headed. Shall we follow? Is there a way to follow without them spotting that that's what we are doing?
It's getting dark. We can just hold back and wait. And the doctor says, yes, I think we're better off covering your friends. We don't want them going up there on their own without reinforcement.
Well, then let's hang back, move quietly, and back our fellows up.
Good idea. All right then.
I pull a little pistol out from, like, sort of hidden within all the folds of my dress.
I go back over to Marion and open Marion's dead body and open up the trombone case that has my rifle in it and head back to the group.
Fantastic.
Sheriff, I don't suppose that there was anyone in... I'm just very aware of the power and the threat that the Roseberries have, and I'm just wondering whether they go into justice for themselves. And are there any prisoners currently at your jailhouse?
No,
Not a single one.
we normally just have Wyndham in there, in the drunk tank.
Oh,
Why?
I see.
Why'd you ask?
I just was between all these stories of the fracas at the bank and the outsiders, I just wondered whether or not they had rounded anybody up and where they were getting their intel and all. I just was curious.
Smooth.
He's a teacher.
Yeah, he's just a normal guy.
He's not made for this life.
He's really not. He's not at all. It's brilliant. I love how he's just a normal guy.
He's trying his best.
The deputy gives you this sideways look and says, well, I don't know how the bank job fits into all of this, but I'm sure we'll find out, and when we do, we'll bring those people to justice as well.
I hope that you do.
We're lucky to have such good friends visiting right now. And he touches your arm.
You did it. It was you.
Well, we should get up to French Peak. They're getting ahead. And you can both give me a psychology roll.
Are we riding up to French Peak or are we all walking?
Walking, I think.
That's a fail, and you have 10 in psychology, and I rolled 34.
That is a hard success. 26. I have 65
What an
psychology.
insightful man.
Book smarts, everybody.
So you
Can't jump.
started this fire, and the deputy's rounding people up to go up to French Peak. You notice the Navajo guy. There's a deep reluctance, and he sort of hangs back, and you can see he's thinking about whether he wants to do this or not. And he makes eye contact with you, possibly as you're sort of studying him, and he sort of shakes his head slightly.
Sir, I don't believe we've met. I'm Mr. Mount. Are you okay? Will you be joining us?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Call me superstitious, but I don't think French Peak's a place we should go to.
Well, Mr. Superstitious, perhaps that is.
His name's Harry Superstitious.
Harry
Superstitious.
Doesn't want to go to French Peak.
I defer to your greater knowledge of the area, but we gotta go and we're doing this for the town, so perhaps you can keep watch for us, and if there's anything I should know.
I'll stay here and keep watch, but I understand why you gotta do it. I can.
Godspeed. You take care of yourself out here in the dark.
Excuse me, sir, I couldn't help but overhear you talking to my friend, but what superstitions specifically is there about French Peak?
Oh, superstition. I'm so sorry.
That's quite all right. Most people struggle to pronounce my name. And certainly, if I'm ever represented in some sort of role-playing game format, the GM, even though he knows my name and has done a lot of research to find out how to say it, he's not going to risk saying it. So people call me Books, because I find books for the general store.
It's weird that Dom can't say Colin.
Yeah.
I lost my nerve just now when I read it again, and I realized I can't remember how to say it. So there we go. I'm not gonna try. He says, we have a belief in a figure who, there were these deities, otherworldly deities, alien gods, and they roamed the earth, and there were two brothers who went and destroyed them. And it's why we get certain places, certain landmarks. But I was always told there's something in French Peak that they missed. And I know that's just a story, and I know that that's just our way of understanding the world, but still, there's nothing you can do or pay me to get me up that mountain. So, I'll stay here, thanks.
Sir, I understand.
All right then. Be careful up there. Those stories are for a reason. Do you understand?
And I sort of flash back in my head to 2 human beings I have now seen glaze over with eyes as white as the driven snow, one of whom burst into flames and say, yeah.
Like I say, just superstition, but still.
Well, okay.
There must be a hell of a gold deposit in the French Peak if they don't want us to go there that badly. That's all I'm saying.
Gold.
Gold, exactly.
Gold. That's what it is.
Precisely.
Gold.
What is superstition but a way of keeping people from doing things that you do not want them to do?
Oh, Miss Jane, I hope you're correct.
So, you heading up to French Peak? Sounds like a hoot.
Sure! Why not?
And you thought the railroad was down at the bottom of the hill. Off we go to the end game.
Yeehaw.
Up the tracks. Yeehaw! So, it probably takes you a while to walk up there, but without event, it just gets darker and darker and darker. But you guys, right at the front with the old lady, she's by now introduced herself as Martha Roseberry, you get to the top and you reach this cave at the top of French Peak. There's loads of bones at the front of it, picked clean, and there's even more flies here, great swarms of them. And actually about when you're sort of like 30 feet away, this coyote appears, just comes out from around a corner, and with these yellow eyes, it's just looking at you and just watches you. And the old lady seems completely not unbothered by it. And she says, "Oh, don't mind him. He's just keeping an eye on us. I think he's been expecting us."
Okay, madam, if you say so, you know these parts.
And then the coyote kind of like just slinks away. And as you get to the mouth of the cave, she says, "He can take many forms, especially at night." And then you realize, yeah, it has got dark. And she leads you into the cave. So you guys are not too far behind, I'd imagine. Mm-hmm. So you also see the bones and the flies. They're fat flies and it stinks of putrefaction. As you go inside, it gets warmer, more humid. You realize this is an old mine shaft, not just a cave. It's like there's cuttings in the rock and everything. And you get the feeling from the stench and the humidity. It's like being inside a throat. That's how it feels. But eventually you come down into this opening. It slopes down and there's this large opening. And you're aware of people in the darkness shuffling around. And then someone lights a candle. And you see it's the guy with the big black beard. And he says, "Mother," and embraces the old woman. And she says, "Oh, Ambrosius, these are the people you said would come, that Linus told us about." And Linus is there as well. But it's only one candle that's lit, it's sort of flickering. And he says, "Yes, welcome. We've been expecting you." "Oh, God. You know this young man, I presume?" And he holds up the candle, and Evan's there. And he is, he's bound and gagged. One of his eyes looks like it's been gouged out, and he's like bruised and bloody around his mouth. And he just sort of looks at you really lazily, and he's like, and his one eye widens in horror, and he's just like, and he's sort of blood coming out of his mouth. He says, "Evan told us all about you." "Did he now? This must be quite the reunion for you." "That is so interesting."
He's gonna fucking shoot.
Fantastic. Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah.
There are some things you can't talk your way out.
Yes.
All right. What's everyone's dexes?
55 for me.
55 for me.
70 for me.
70 for me.
So you blow this guy's brains out, or you try to. Let's have a
Come on.
firearms roll from. This is a surprise round from old Doctor.
Here we go.
Come on, Doc.
Okay. Oh, you can't push rolls. You can't spend luck on combat either, can you?
You can spend luck.
Oh, we can spend luck. I'm going to spend luck on that because it's a 56. I'm going to spend 16 luck to get this guy.
You have like 5 luck to begin with.
Yeah, I didn't have much to begin with, but like it's
You
fine.
might as well, I suppose.
I've got 30. It's the end game. I'm going to spend 16 luck to get a hit on this guy.
Fantastic.
So I'm pretty close to him as well, I presume.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's just the other side of the candle.
Amazing.
Another jawless man.
Let's have those damage rolls.
Why do
In
I
which
feel like
case-
this isn't gonna work?
I know. He's going to be like,
See how it goes.
thank you very much.
It's 4d6.
Woof.
So that's 3, 9, 14, 15 points of damage.
That's huge.
That is
That
spicy.
is-
That would knock me out in one go.
Massive. And would you like to describe how you blow this guy's brains out?
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I say that is very, very interesting. And I think it's as I cock the gun, I imagine he has a moment where he looks down at the gun being cocked, realizes what's about to happen, and his head just disappears. It just disappears in a cloud, and like his body just tumbles down like seconds later.
And the candle drops, of course.
Yeah.
And let's have a luck roll to see if it stays lit.
No. No. I've only got
All that luck you got rid of just
14
now.
points of luck left. No, it's a 62.
Can I do something before, like, while this is happening?
Well, it's going to come. It's actually your turn now.
Okay. I'm just gonna try and deck one of them.
Yeah.
Punch one.
Yeah, who's there at this point?
So you've they're like either side of this candle,
Yeah.
just blown his brains out. He's dropped down. You've got the old lady very close to you, and probably Linus is like just past her,
Wait, which one did you just kill?
but it's dark.
I killed the
killed
one
the
with
beardy man.
The
Big
big
black
beard,
beard.
Ambrosius.
I'm just
Nice.
gonna panic and
Right.
just punch the old woman in the face.
With one big bronze 19-year-old bicep on this
he's
poor old lady.
19-year-old
just-
hero.
Yeah.
Just rapid punches.
Just punch her.
That'll be a fighting brawl roll.
18. That's a hard success on my 60 roll.
You smashed that, Granny.
Let's see if she realizes this is coming. Cypher roll. She does see it coming, so she's gonna, as you go to punch her, she's gonna go and try and bite you. She fails. She misses. So as she goes to bite you, smash her in the face. You can do damage for that. Oh yeah, you've got damage bonus. Hard as nails.
5,
Tilly the kid.
2.
That'd be 2, yeah.
So 2.
2 and then
Plus-
D4.
Roll D4.
2 plus
Yes!
6. Well,
Wallop.
yeah, she goes down like a sack of spuds, and let's see if she stays conscious. She does not. She's unconscious.
Brilliant. Perfect.
As you smash into her, you give her some sort of major wound. I don't know if you want to
Tilly
describe
the kid, granny puncher.
you want to describe what the major wound is you give to her by punching her so hard.
I think it's a black eye. I think I just bop her so hard in the face
You
that
can
it
knock all of her teeth out.
instantly I just can't bring myself to do it. My empathy hurts too much to knock an old woman's teeth out. But I'll give her a black eye because she's been really creepy. I'm not another black eye.
Let me tell you the legend of the West. He rode into town upon Lady Bits. And he punched all the old women in the eye.
It,
Not
like,
an eye was unblackened when Tilly the Kid came through
town.
Yeehaw!
Tilly the kid, the scourge of the old. So yeah, you knock her out. Okay. The guy with the scar on his face, he's gonna take a shot. You hear the click click. He's gonna be taking this with a penalty die because it's in the dark. But there is this kind of like slight glowy gloom to the place. And you know he's going to shoot you. So when you know you're going to be shot, you can dive for cover if you want, but it means you miss your next action.
Right.
You have to roll dodge to do it.
How is my dodge? Oh yeah, you know what? I will roll. I'll roll dodge and try and dive for cover. So I've actually got a reasonable dodge as well. So
you try and leap behind a nearby rock or something.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, good if I roll both the dice in there. Oh, it's 52. I'm going to spend another 2 luck if that's all right. Make that
So you dive out of the way.
a regular success.
So you'll miss your next action.
Yeah.
He's going to roll anyway, just see if he, in case he fumbles. No, he's fine. There's like rock farms down in the blast. You suddenly catch like a glimpse of the whole cave as this like gunshot lights up. And probably you would have known when you shot as well. So actually, you two can give me spot hidden rolls.
Eat.
Fail it.
That is 38.
Yes.
I have just failed, yeah. I won't be
I
spending luck on that.
rolled 40 and my spot hidden is 25.
Yeah, it's too brief to really take in what's over there. So we won't worry about that. Okay, so that's him. Outside, so you guys are outside. It's Dan's go. You hear the gunshots inside the cave.
How far away are we from the cave?
You're probably pretty close now. Like I don't know, 30 feet, whatever.
I'm gonna sort of look to Miss Jane, Profanity Jane, sort of. Are we? I'll like raise a shaking rifle to the mouth of the cave, and I guess just start walking forward towards it.
Okay. Yeah. So you kind of get into the cave and you're kind of walking down, and yeah, it stinks and it's warm, and you can hear this commotion ahead of you. It's pitch dark, but yeah, you're kind of like about to enter that space. Meanwhile, back in the cave, it's Linus's go, and he's going to bite you. He's going to try and bite you. You give me a power roll, it's going to be opposed.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Par.
Par.
Give us a par roll.
Success.
Oh, look at
Oh,
that.
you've absolutely smashed the par roll.
25, that is a hard success.
You feel something reaching out to your mind. Would you say it was a regular success or
Hard.
Hard success. Yeah. You feel something reaching out to your mind, and it feels like someone just like, you hear this chanting in your head, and you feel like your muscles start to atrophy, as if like your arm suddenly gets really hot. You feel like the flesh is going to start melting, but then you suppress it and you push it away mentally, and you feel like you have defended yourself somehow. A really horrible feeling, but much better than what would have happened.
Is it still pitch black?
It's pretty dark. It's not pitch black. Like, there's this kind of like slight glow to things. You can just pick out like silhouettes and shapes. Like after you've been in the pitch dark and your eyes start to get accustomed to it.
Can I do anything at this point?
It's not your go, I'm afraid.
That's all right.
Old lady's
Got a cunning
unconscious.
plan.
Laurie, I'm back outside.
I'm gonna try and rile up the men, the gathered forces, and I'll just say, now is the time, man. Now is the time to take back your town from these hideous creatures, these laws unto themselves. Now is the time to uphold the law with this here sheriff. Get in there, man. Get in there.
She's a bamf. I love her.
Yeah.
I don't believe in
So-
the law either.
Yeah.
Yeehaw!
I'm trying to send them to their deaths.
Yeah,
The sheriff
probably
is looking
runs
at
away.
you with like,
I believe in myself.
yeah, and he's like, You heard the lady. And they all start, they run in. They start running in.
Great. I'm going to just follow along behind.
Fantastic. So you start following in behind. Lovely stuff. What do you do, Tilly?
Can I remember the passage that the guy was saying, do you think? The Reverend was saying to me? Or do you think I'd have to read it?
You'd probably have to read it, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I try and open the Bible at the place that he said?
Yeah, he's bookmarked it.
Yeah.
It's too dark to read at the moment.
Oh, damn.
Read it
Never
between
mind.
the gunshots.
Yeah, never mind. I'm just going to get my guns out.
Yeah, fair enough.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Yeah, okay. What do you do?
So what's happening?
Right now...
Granny's out.
Granny's out cold.
He's had his head blown
He's
off.
dived behind a rock and there was
Yeah.
a gunshot. You felt this weird presence, which you can tell you remember Linus was over there. It was coming from that direction.
I'm going to fire in the direction that I think the psychic force came from.
Okay. Give me a firearms roll. This is with a penalty die because it's pitch dark.
I don't think this is going to go very well because I don't have my handgun score is not actually that good. No.
So you reroll the 10s. Yeah.
47.
Just reroll, yeah.
So I reroll this and whatever the worst
And you
is.
take the lowest, yeah.
80. Oh, that's not good.
And the rocks sort of shatter.
Yeah.
Okay. What was
Whoopsie.
Constance doing? He was shooting at you, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he's going to take another shot at you. You're in cover now, though. So let's see. You're partially concealed, and it's dark. So he's going to get 2 penalty dice. Wow. Dice. That's a really
That
good
annoys
roll.
him. Say that.
That's a regular success.
Bloody hell.
That's a regular success.
Oh my God.
Unfortunately. So, he sort of...
46 smackers coming your way.
How many hit points have you got?
10.
Was it 4d6?
That's what it was from 10 yards.
Was it a shotgun that you used?
10 yards, is it?
Yeah, you're going to get armor from the rock, but he's rolled... let me see what the armor value of a rock is. Oh, okay. So that's not too bad.
We're okay.
You're dead. Oh, okay, that's not too bad.
You're dead. It's just.
But, we'll be able to recognise you.
So the rock
Good
gets
send.
absolutely blasted apart as it soaks up 10 points of the 18 damage.
Oh my god, I
So you lose 8 hit points.
still. 2 hit points. That's a major wound.
God.
Yeah. So probably part of the rock hit you as well, and you get blasted backwards, peppered with shot, probably in your arm. It's probably completely fucked your arm up. Let's have a luck roll to see if it's your dominant arm or your...
Oh no, I've got 12 luck left. And it's a 65.
It's your dominant arm.
Oh no. Am I unable to shoot now, or would it just be
It'll be a
like
penalty die with your offhand, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh dear, he's horrible. Dan, you've just entered the room. You can hear people running up behind you.
Yeah. Can I, through the light of that shotgun going off, can I sense what's going? Can I see what's going on in front of me? Like, as in not darkness necessarily.
Yeah.
But am I in proximity?
Give me a spot hidden roll to just see how much you see.
Never mind.
You get a rough idea. There was a guy over here looking down behind a rock where the doctor's crouching, and you can hear him screaming. There's
So in that case,
a little kid over here with...
it kind of in response to the gunshot, more out of fear than marksmanship, can I fire the rifle towards the man with the shotgun?
Yeah,
I'll do
absolutely.
that.
Yeah. So give me a firearms, a rifle roll.
It's not like good. Like it's gonna be interesting to see if I manage this.
It'll be with a penalty die as well.
Well, let's just not bother. Really.
Well,
'Cause that was a 79.
But you may as well roll it because you might fumble.
Which one shall I?
The tens.
The 10s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other one, yeah. No, you didn't.
Well, I didn't.
You didn't.
I didn't. It did. It was a.
Yeah, fine. Okay. I think I need another opposed power roll from you.
Why is he going for me? I want the pretty boy. Get fucked. That's a 4. That is an extreme success.
Oh, wow.
Get out of my brain, evil daddy.
You probably give him a headache.
It's just, it just touches your mind and there's just nothing in there.
There's nothing
Just
there
the
to
whistling wind.
Through the corn of wherever.
I'm crazy. I told you
Oklahoma.
I was crazy.
So, where do we get to? That's Sullivan. What do you do? Oh, it's a major wound as well. We need a constitution roll to see if you stay conscious.
Let's have a look.
You might be unconscious.
No, surely not.
And then you can just put the gun right in your mouth.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm extremely conscious.
You feel all the pain.
I'm very conscious. At this point, I think if I run, I'll have to. He'll get an opportunity attack, presumably, won't he? If I try and get out of the combat.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, in which case, I'm gonna run towards where I came from, out of the cave, basically, just to try and sort of get away.
Yeah.
And then, try and in some way regroup.
Yeah, give me a dex roll to make sure you don't trip over or bump into him or something.
Oh God, that'd be awful.
Push it.
I'm gonna push it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you pushing this?
I'm gonna push it. By am I gonna push it? I'm going to.
Doesn't matter anyway. So you're already dead.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm gonna push it by firing my gun almost behind me, just to give me some light before I go.
Fantastic.
Let's see how we go. No!
You fired the gun! Describe to me exactly again how you're holding this gun.
So I'm holding it out with my left hand,
Yeah.
and as I start running, I realise I haven't got enough light around me. So I turn around and I just go with the second shot of my shotgun, and so that's the last image of what I hope will happen in my head, and obviously that doesn't happen.
So you do that, you feel the stumble, you trip, and the gun shoots off. So you, Dan and Tilly, can you give me luck rolls?
Come on, you're very lucky. You're very
I'm
lucky.
in
You're
front
very
of
lucky.
him.
You're very lucky.
Oh, jeez.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. All good. 16 out of 60.
Oh, I'm completely fine. 34.
Oh, wow, that's lucky.
Thank God.
But you do face plant right in front of I forgot your name.
Murray.
Dan.
Oh,
Murray.
my real name.
Right in front of Murray Mint.
Right from moment.
I'm just embarrassed.
Oh, I didn't get the
I'm
rifle out.
embarrassed.
I got the trombone instead. What am I like?
What are you doing? You've sent all these people to their doom.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna probably call down from quite far down the cave at this point, just like, somebody should light a torch.
So we can see who we're killing.
Yeah.
That would have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Is he doing anything else?
I think I'm still going to be just creeping down towards the
Money.
Yeah. Maybe, well, I'm going to go for the money in a bit. I'm going to make sure that everyone's dead first. So yeah, I'm going to creep closer in. I'm going to stay really far in the shadows and just see if I'm just going to basically be here for stragglers.
Fine. Yeah, great. So Yeah, you get quite far in, and the others have turned up as well. And the deputy's saying something like, listen here, I don't know what's going on in here, but it's got to stop, and it's going to stop tonight. At which point, you hear a voice say, it will stop tonight. And then you see one of the others, who's with them. You see Agent Russo just put her gun up to the deputy's head and pull the trigger. And she turns around, she's got these white eyes. Yeah, give me the roll.
It is...
Knee-jerk reaction.
Yep. How did I fail that? That's an 82. So I'm going to spend 12 luck to make that a success.
Fantastic.
So 12 off of that is that. So that is 1d6 plus 1. 7 damage.
The doctor turns, Dr. McLean turns around and goes, what the hell are you doing? What's happening?
What am I doing? Where's my voice gone? It's gone completely. Georgia, what am I doing? She shot the sheriff deputy. Both.
My God. What's happening in here? And he's reaching around in his pockets. He's trying to find a lighter.
God's sakes, man, light a torch.
I don't have a torch.
Well, light a rag or anything. I bundle some clothes off of one of these guys and I start to make something.
Between the two of you, you light a torch. What do you do?
How close am I to the doctor and his shotgun?
Pretty close, I think.
I might just take that from you, Dad. I'm not too good at these handguns, I just realized.
It's okay, I understand. You need it.
I just pick up the shotgun, and I'm going to try and get a shot on Linus, I guess. Can I see better now because there's light?
Yeah, the light is starting to come in.
Who can I see? Just Linus?
You can see Linus. You can see like his outline, like the flickering light on his face.
Yeah.
You can see Consus, the guy with the scar, who's like, well, he's just been trying to shoot you, right? And you've run away from him, so he's turning around.
I'm going to aim for the guy with the scar, I think, because I saw what he did.
Yeah.
So I think I'm most scared of him.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, kid. Fuck. Okay, it's okay. I've rolled a 63. My skill is 55. I'm going to spend the luck.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's...
It's only 8 luck.
8 luck.
32 ain't bad.
Yeah.
That's right.
And it's a shotgun as well, so this is mad damage.
Yeah, if you're... Yeah.
This is 46.
46.
Plus 1, is it?
It's just 4d6. That's it.
It's not going to matter in the end. Okay, 4d6, okay. 2, 4, 4,
That's 10.
4.
14.
14 damage.
I'm going to describe how you blow him away.
I see.
Guns are horrible.
What you did was evil. You're evil.
And I just fire it back and I say, this is how my granddaddy taught me to shoot. And just blast him right in his chest.
Yeah, his chest cavity opens up. He hits the wall and slides down. Dead. You're a killer now. Tilly the killer. Killy the tit. Killy
the tid.
Killy Steel.
Killy the tit. Oh God, I'm delirious. So yes, he's dead. Chaos is ensuing in the doorway of the cave because people are starting to turn on each other. The blacksmith is now trying to strangle the doctor as you're trying to light this thing. And Linus sort of walks into the middle of the cave just after you shoot Consus. And he says, it's too late. You're all here to bear witness to the great sacrifice that is coming tonight. For tonight, the gate and the key are one, and then he explodes. And his guts go everywhere, blood rains down inside the cave, and insanity rolls from everybody.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Yeah, I passed that one. 57.
I finally fucking passed.
Incredible.
I was like, "Do you know what? The guy exploding is the least of my problems. And it's not the worst thing I've seen today.
You just exploded. Well, you exploded a different guy
Yeah.
just a minute ago.
I got a 4. I was like, nah, whatever.
We're all just like, oh,
You don't give a shit. Oh, talking all this stuff from Linus, is it?
This is just
I've
every day.
exploded myself. Grow up.
Who failed?
No,
none of us
pass.
No one
Yeah.
failed.
We're
Everyone
on
loses
70
one
under
point of
73.
sanity, which is another bout of madness for you,
Great.
of course. But you gain another Cthulhu Mythos point.
Cool.
You're going to be so mythos if you.
I'm going to be so mythos.
As Linus explodes, you become aware of other people falling down dead. The blacksmith goes down. Who else have we got? Linus. The old lady on the floor, she's unconscious. She just starts to sort of liquefy. There's all this kind of weird stuff going on. But you become aware of these, way in the distance, in the back of the cave, there's 2 little yellow points to just watching you. And you hear your grandfather's voice saying,
I'm proud of you, little Pete. You've done a grand job. That's how you fire a gun. But I'm gonna need you to do me another little favor in a minute.
What is it, Grandpa?
I made something for you. I made something for you and your friends. I'm gonna need you to look after it. Is that all right?
Of course, anything for you, Grandpa.
You gotta see it gets to the right person at the right time.
Okay,
Because my time is nearly through.
okay.
the rest of you are seeing all this stuff happening. You slowly become aware that you're the only people left, except for the doctor. And he's like, what the hell? What the hell is your wee friend all right? And you realise Tilly the kid is talking to himself in the middle of the cave, looking into the back of the cave.
Okay, Grandpa, okay.
Little Peter, can you hear me?
I'm just going to walk towards the eyes and just kind of ignore everyone else.
So yeah, you're walking deeper into the darkness of this cave, and the rest of you become aware of these 2 little points of yellow light, and your grandfather says,
Wait just there, Tilly. You don't want to get too close. You know what I'm like. I can't control myself. And I need you to do this for me.
You don't sound like yourself, Grandpa.
I'm not too well at the moment.
Well, you're dead. I want to see you.
I'm not dead.
you all hear that.
I wish I was dead. But I've been here for a very, very long time. I've been waiting for you. Yes. 4 of you. But there are 5. That was unexpected.
And you all look between each other. And then the voice says,
Who are you? Dr. McLean.
and he says, well, I'm just here with these people.
You didn't drink. You didn't drink of my blood. You didn't eat of my body.
And he says, no, I didn't. And I think all of you have drunk something or eaten something except you.
Yeah.
So only you are conscious of the fact that these 3, their eyes suddenly go white and they just grab hold of Dr. McLean and just start tearing into his flesh, pulling him apart, and he's screaming, "Ah!" And they're just ripping into him.
We wanted to protect the doctor, and we're the reason he died.
No.
That's another sanity roll for you, my friend.
Not lovely doctor.
Why couldn't you just let him go?
I only had a couple of sips and a bit of human.
It's another 4.
I don't care. Pressing wound.
So you lose a
him.
sanity point.
That's weird.
Grow up, guys.
Honestly.
Guys,
What are you like?
guys, stop mucking about now.
That's not funny anymore.
It's not funny anymore.
Grow up.
You're not going to get me with that eating the doctor thing. That's fucking been done. Who do you think you are? Impractical jokers? Piss off.
You become aware of where you are, and you don't remember. You've moved closer together, and you don't know why. Your hands feel wet, but you're not sure why. And your mouths feel wet, not sure why. And then this voice starts up again, and it says, "I've been waiting for you for a very long time. Do you understand?" Of course not. Of course not. The time is nearly upon us, and I have a task. And once that task is complete, I can go. I can die. And your story just begins. Tonight is the night it will be finished. But first I must have my blood back. And all the dead bodies in the room start to liquefy, and the blood starts to run up the cave into the shadows where these eyes are looking. And those of you who've eaten or drunk, you start to feel really hot, and this blood starts to sort of seep out of your pores and run down your body and run up the cave. And then you hear this shuffling. And this horrendously decrepit looking figure staggers out of the shadows. It's got bright yellow eyes, and his skin is like paper thin. He's completely hairless, completely crinkled up like Nosferatu. And he staggers out and he says,
I am not from your time. I am from a different place, a different age. I have been waiting here for hundreds of years. Waiting, feeding. These fools thought they were important, but their only purpose was to sustain me. But tonight we will begin to close the little loose ends so that the end can begin. I have finished the key.
and he holds out a stone that is kind of like this oblong stone with engravings on it. And you see the blood is seeping into it, into his hand.
And he says, this is the key that will open the way, that the great dreamer may awake, and the final reckoning can take place. We can open the gates, and Yog-Sothoth can return. I have waited so long. Let me show you something.
And he starts shuffling towards the mouth of the cave. Come. There is much to see and much to do. And he takes you out. Do you follow him?
I feel like we're sort of compelled to.
Yeah,
Like, you're probably the only one who's not.
Yeah. I guess I'm not compelled to, but I will follow because I also do want to leave the cave.
Yeah. I mean, waiting there is not a good idea.
Yeah, it's not good to be in there.
And he says...
I'm actually Yog-Sothoth-phobic.
he says...
It's not really my scene, guys.
It's not my thing.
No judgment.
Yeah,
Love what you're doing.
I'm here for you.
Love it.
I'm just gonna
You do you.
No, I'm fine. I'm just gonna hang back.
No, I'm not in a mood.
No, I'm not. Don't even
God.
look. It's just
Don't even look at me.
stop
It's
it.
not about me.
Like I just want this to be your night.
I'm just not in the mood for it.
And he takes you out onto the... You see the stars. The night sky's so clear, and there's just thousands and millions of stars in the sky. It's really quiet. And he looks out and he says,
Are you familiar with what we would call Einsteinian mathematics?
and then he giggles to himself and he goes,
Of course you would. Of course you would. I forget. What year is this?
It's 1870, sir.
We are getting closer. Anyway, there is a problem. Space-time is like a rug and suspended in the air, and if one were to place objects into it, they would sink and form pockets. And this is how mass works. But there is something else. Like a snake under the rug, moving. What if things could be pushed towards us? And what if that snake could find a way through? Yog-Sothoth is the gate and the key. Yog-Sothoth is the snake under the rug. And when he is close, when the sleeper awakes and Yog-Sothoth can come, my work will be done. And this is the key. This is the key to Rillier.
and he hands it to one of you. And he says,
You. I have met you before. And you. Yes. Maybe your purpose is not yet complete either. I have seen you many times. Many different lives. Oh, but look. It is time. The snake is moving.
and he points to the sky, and you see the stars kind of rippling from a way distance away, and it gets larger and larger and larger. And he kneels down and he says,
Your task is completed. Let me die.
and then he just screams,
Yog-Sothoth!
and can you give me a Cthulhu Mythos roll?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's not.
This is it.
It's very unlikely.
You gotta pass.
I have 7.
You
so...
have to pass.
You never know. He just rolled 2 4s.
Yeah.
No, certainly not. 86.
86. It's always push the roll.
Oh, push the roll, why not? Fuck it.
You gotta really think.
I really want to understand this. No.
Oh,
49.
I've seen 2 horrible things today. I think I got this.
Failed on a pushed Cthulhu Mythos roll.
It's almost like you wanted that to happen.
It was one option. You start to realise now is the time. Now is the time to say something. And you open the Bible, you're stood behind him, and you realise whatever is about to happen is really bad. And you can see this thing moving through space, and it's getting faster and bigger. It's like you start to see this orb take shape in the sky, and it's moving at incredible speeds. And you suddenly get this fear come over you, and you open the Bible and you realise you're going to do the right thing, you're going to do the right thing. And you start speaking, but the words that come out aren't the words you're reading. You're speaking, it's like some other language is coming from you, and you suddenly get this sensation of being underwater, of this deep dream that you've had surfacing again. And you start to feel like you can remember being in a hospital. Maybe you're in a hospital and you remember talking to someone, and you get this figure in your mind, this dark figure, really dark and tall, and you say something in another language, and then you utter the name Nyarlathotep, at which point this orb appears and the guy's screaming, Yog-Sothoth! And there is this like crack of thunder, and this bolt of bright green comes down out of the sky and hits Tilly the Kid. Tilly the Kid's gone. And there's just this tinkling sound as you drop the who took the key?
I did.
You did.
Yeah.
It sort of leaps out of your hands like it's magnetized, and it just goes flying and then lands on the floor and tinkles. And the ancient, decrepit, vampiric wizard turns round and sees what's happened, and he goes,
No, it should have been me. It should have been me.
He just starts tearing at his own face. And that's sanity rolls for you three.
I'm gone.
Oh my god. I might be the most fine with this that ever find. I rolled a 5 and my sanity is 72.
I failed.
Well, boys, good luck with that.
68 on a 33.
I've got a date with my dead husband.
I passed with 45 on 62. 61, sorry.
You passed.
Yes, I passed.
Failed.
I passed by
Heavily.
a long way.
Great. Let's see. Let's find out what.
I suppose this is my pseudo son dying.
You've become so attached in the past few hours.
You just saw me get raptured out of existence by a green
You lost
lightning
your business
bolt.
partner a few hours ago.
Yeah.
It's been a really bad day.
Yeah.
Tough day.
You gained a business partner and a son, and lost said business partner and son all in the course of one day.
Easy come, easy go.
That's what they say in the elixir business.
Who passed?
Laurie and Dan did.
Okay, you lose 3 sanity points. Laurie loses 10 sanity points. 10? Yeah, afraid so. And Sullivan.
I'm still saying.
Do you want to describe how you go completely insane after you lose 95 sanity points? Seeing as you look up into the sky and you see these great translucent liquid orbs that is part of Yog-Sothoth.
So, with a sanity of minus 58.
Silly.
You just don't stare into an eclipse, don't stare into a Yog-Sothoth. Like, it's very like...
Really simple stuff.
You should have been wearing your special Yog-Sothoth glasses.
should have been. Can I pitch you something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless you've got a...
No, I don't at all, so...
Yeah, so I think you look up at it and you realise how insignificant everything is. And this guy has obviously been sent back in time to wait here. You suddenly realise, you understand everything. How he's dedicated his life to Yog-Sothoth. Yog-Sothoth has sent him back in time to wait, to build this key. And he was pointless. He didn't get what he wanted at all. Worthless. And you realise none of this matters. And so you run and you grab him. And while you scream Yog-Sothoth, you leap off the side of this mountain with him in your arms, and you just go rocketing into the ground and destroy us, you and him.
Brilliant.
I lost 10 sanity points, so I'm having a battle madness, I guess, as well.
Wonderful. Fantastic. Let's find out what it is.
I've just about managed to cling on.
I've got a temporary. I've gone temporarily insane.
That's book smarts.
Yep.
That's what I'll do, yeah. Go to school, kid. To learn music.
You try and teach a bunch of kids. That'll send you go-go.
Oh, yeah. I think you're seeing all this and then you just reach out your hand and you take the hand of Hancock next to you and you look at him and he gives you a big smile because he can't not. And he says, well, Profanity, you did it. We did it.
We made the money. We can put you to rest.
Where is that money?
It's buried.
Well,
Buried down the hill.
let's go get ourselves enough money for the rest of time. What do you say?
I'm in. I was always in.
And you start walking off hand in very, very cold, very thin hand of your husband as you walk down the mountain back to get that cash.
He's looking very bleached and very white.
Yeah.
He was shot and left for the birds.
And you just watch her walk off, talking to herself, and you can't believe what you've seen, and you're not sure what to do. So, I guess you look down and there's this oblong stone just lying there. What do you do? does feel like it calls to you.
I look over and I sort of see, and I know where she's headed. And I really, Jesus, the West sucks. I want to go home. So I will absolutely follow for the money. But I'm also going to pick this thing up and take a look at it first. And
as soon as you touch it, you have this sort of waking dream of being a great musician, a fantastic musician, playing the most beautiful music. And yeah, maybe you're back east or maybe somewhere else. But oh yeah, people are happy and they're singing and they're dancing and you know how to do it now. And you realise you're going to keep this with you for the rest of your life, if you can. Because it's what dreams are made of. And Tilly the Kid.
Star Child.
Yeah, I think you just appear. Yeah, I think you find yourself in the bottom of a stairwell. You don't know where you are. It's warm. It's dirty in here, and you're not quite sure what to do. There's a door in front of you, and there's stairs behind. The stairs look foreboding and grimy, and they stink. Concrete steps. Dark in here. You can hear this rumble outside. So you open the door, and you step out into this amazing place. The buildings are like really tall, and traffic, cars rushing past, hundreds of people, and you bump into someone. He goes, "Hey, watch where you're walking, huh? Who are you supposed to be? Billy the Kid? Get out of my way!"
Sorry.
And he turns back to the contraption, the sort of black contraption in his hand. He's like, "Yeah, some kid dressed up like a cowboy is in the way. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's some sort of convention." He carries on walking.
I take off my hat self-consciously.
And you realise you're really out of your depth now.
But at least I'm gorgeous.
you become such an
Yeah, you become a supermodel.
So hot, yeah.
I can't wait for this.
I get scouted by Model Scout within 5 seconds.
I can't wait for this Fish Out of Water series
Yeah.
of Tilly the Kid in New York.
Excuse me. Are you in movies?
What's a movie?
Oh, you're adorable. Why don't you come with me?
Okay.
and you get into this woman's Tesla. And you ride off into the sunset.
And that is the most horrific ending of anyone getting into a Tesla. Fucking horrible.
Explodes.
The cosmic horror of a Tesla.
Dun 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 dun. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Yeah!
You end up playing a cowboy, probably.
Yeah.
You end up reverse Back to the Futuring this.
Yeah. And in a year, I'm just like completely assimilated into society. This is my agent. I don't want to fucking do it, man. I hate this shit, you know.
And
They
one
don't
day-
understand where I'm from, you know. I'm from the real cowboy world, okay? And I've said that before.
You post that one Bible quote to your Instagram like every single day.
Yeah. I have like an amazing flourishing career and then get cancelled within 2 months.
Absolutely one interview.
You say something incredibly bad.
You do one interview and that's it.
You do.
They're like, this
You
guy's
get-
insane.
You start having therapy, and then you suddenly remember that your childhood doesn't make sense because it happened in the past, and then it all comes rushing back to you. Everything you've repressed, and you have a complete massive mental breakdown.
But at least I'm gorgeous.
Well, that was sure funny what happened to those folks up at French Peak. I guess we all learned a little something, didn't we? You know, if you're gonna be spending the night with an ancient vampire who's traveled through time, be careful what you look at.
And if your passion is music, why you're teaching or being an outlaw. And just because you're called the kid, don't mean you have to act like one. And true love, well, true love transcends life and death. As for me, well, these old bones ain't shaking much longer, so I'm probably gonna go and have myself a lie down. What are you gonna do? You want a suggestion? Pardon? Why don't you chuck us a fistful of dollars, huh? On our Patreon. You can see some other mighty fine adventurers going about their business over here or over there. I can't remember which way's best, but every journey's an adventure, I know that. Well, until next time, take care. Happy trails.